in a wait, I'm speaking, bruh. This is my chance. You're gonna have your turn. If I'm wrong, then you've got the right to correct me, but let me speak my truth and my opinions. So what I'm saying to you is we cannot have a country where 80% of the people, of the populace, are the youth, and yet the president is, was born in a generation where WhatsApp did not even exist. It does not make sense. We are moving globally and into what. No, you see, that's the problem when you interject before you without listening.
That's the problem now.
That is the problem. You
Let
understand?
him finish.
So what I'm saying, no, that's the problem with interjecting when you don't listen. Listen to understand and not to respond. Listen to understand and not to respond. That is the problem that we're having. I said we are living in a fifth industrial revolution. The idea that we are being led by people that are in their 80s, that were born before even a computer was invented, does not work. We 80% of Zimbabwe is the youth, and these are people that are within the institutes of technology. So now we need young leaders, people who understand where the world is going, where the world is, and people that are going to be there to see the future that they are voting for today. The problem that we have today is, even if we have people, our leaders, they are not going to be there to see the future that they talk about. Do you understand? So we need to be governed by people that are going to be affected by the future that they are talking about. That is what I'm saying. I don't care how much you like it or you don't. Mnangagwa is not going to be there in the next 50 years. Biologically, it's impossible. Do you understand? 99% of the ministers in the cabinet are not going to be there in 50 years. Biologically, it's impossible. We need leaders that are going to be there in 50 years, that are going to be affected by the decisions that they make today. And that is the reason why the youth of today must not only be included in the political process, but they should be in a position, and willingly so, to participate in it. Do you understand? When Abom Gabe took over the country, and the Mnangagwas of this world and the Tongogaras of this world took over the country, they were young. They were in their 30s, if not in their 20s. They were our age. So that is what I'm saying, Kuti. Now, Zimbabweans, they believe in this smart diplomacy. We think it's just going to be the power handover is just going to be a smooth transition. Those guys are not going to do it. And we know this. Smart diplomacy does not work. Do you understand? So if it means that we need to get onto the street to fight for the future of our kids, then so be it. That is what I'm saying. And I rest my case.
So, Baba, you wanted to say something? Matthews, you can go ahead, contribute before I go to radio change.
Okay. I think the previous speaker did enough justice to the case. It's actually a disservice to speak behind him. I would have loved to go ahead of him, but it's fine. Yes, Zimbabwe, we need to have a lot of young people who come to participate in elections and make sure that if we vote in large numbers, if our democracy is strong, we eliminate possibilities and chances of rigging ever to exist. But if our participation in our democracy is very low, we surrender or we give opportunities to ZANU-PF, especially, to manipulate every outcome in their favor. Based on our lessons that we have drawn from 2018 elections, we realized that we need to have polling agents, voter polling agents in all stations, because that's very vital. We had some areas in 2018 that we didn't have, as opposition, we didn't have agents. So these are some of the issues why we need to recruit more youth to come to the party. And my belief is to say ZANU-PF is not good at rigging at all. Is one of the bad parties when it comes to rigging. As much as they do it, they are not effective as one would want to assume. And I still believe that if we vote in large numbers, we can actually make it more difficult for them not even to cheat. Because if you look in 2008, they needed 30 days to come up with a presidential outcome, simply because the numbers were not numbering. They were struggling. In as much as even though they stole whatever they stole and give to Simba Makoni, it shows that they are not as competent as everybody thinks. Even in 2018, on the assumption that they also rigged or they stole elections, you realize that they only gave Mnangagwa that's 200,000 vote margin, that they were ahead of Chamisa, according to ZEC election. So what I mean, if we have 5 million voters in the coming election, not 2 million, not 4 million, if we got 5 or 7 million voters, it's going to be a more difficult task for them to rig. And it means we have more hands to monitor the election processes. And we are not going to surrender these processes to the few individuals who belong from the parties, but every Zimbabwean citizen to say, after I vote, I will look up to secure my vote, to make sure that the vote is counted and whatever is posted on the polling station, we are going to take a photographic of it. We are going to keep make sure that the documents are
sorry guys, I was on the phone.
Zim politics today, anything that has to do with the Zimbabwean politics, we are talking about how is it good and the way are they getting wrong, the political parties, the main opposition, the main party, where is it going right and where is it going wrong, and what reforms that are needed to be done as we are approaching the elections, and
right.
where do we need to help as Zimbabweans?
Still speaking, I don't know who just overtake me.
Sorry. If you don't mind, I think number 4 network.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. So okay, so my understanding is to say, if we're going to vote in large numbers, there is a huge possibility that we can overcome ZANU-PF. But if we vote in small numbers, and we have 4 million voters only in a country with 16 million, we are giving the ZANU-PF opportunity and a chance to govern us for the next 5 years again. And for that simple reason, I want us to learn from Zambia. I know Zambia and Zimbabwe, they are different politics, but there is something that we can learn from Zambia, to say Zambia recruited over 1.5 new virgin voters in their previous election. And this is the group that decided the entire election, because HH won with 1 million votes. And the 1 million votes and the 1 million votes cannot be easily stolen.
Leroy, do you allow us to have interactive conversations?
No, for now, wait. Just let them speak. For now, we don't want interactive. We don't want debate. Let them speak. Then you're gonna speak. We're gonna give your own turn. So let them speak. So that we won't have some something like arguments. So let him speak. Then we're gonna give your own chance. Thank you so much. Go ahead, my brother.
Okay, so this is like the kind of margins that we are looking for, that if we are going to win election in Zimbabwe, we don't want to win with 100,000 votes, because that outcome can be manipulated. It can be manipulated, but having a margins which, like we saw in Zambia, of 1 million votes difference between the winner and the second runner-up, that's the kind of margins that is healthy to make sure that our victory is secured and our victory is never stolen. But it takes all of us to persuade one another as Zimbabweans to say, let's register to vote. Let's take this thing as a matter of urgency. We cannot afford to allow another 5 years simply because we were complacent. We were not taking these issues seriously. We have to do what we have to do to register to vote.
Matthew, I wanted to, can I ask you something? Why is it we are, the reforms, they are always been done 2 years back, 2 years before, or some months before, the elections? Why are we running around now? Why were you not doing it before?
Sorry,
before.
What's allow me to comment section because I can't comment, kind.
Comment.
Okay.
Matthews, give him a chance to comment. What does he want to say?
No, I'm in terms of commenter because indeed out can singatauri on then comment chipindroma questions in comment section.
Comment section, go. You can go to comment section. Go ahead, Matthews.
But it's not letting me. I don't know. So right.
No, we are coming.
Okay.
We are still coming. Go ahead, my brother.
So
change radio on God's okay.
I think no,
she has echo.
I think if we register to vote in large numbers and we secure our vote and we make sure that we have enough polling agents and we do everything according to what is expected of. We don't leave unnecessary loopholes for ZANU-PF to do voter manipulation and staffing on all those kinds of gimmicks that they are used to do.
As opposition parties, I've got a problem with you as opposition parties. Why can't you do follow-ups to your people, whoever whoever your representative? Why can't you go and do follow-ups, guys? The people that are following us, let's go and see. Did you register? Let me see your cards that you have registered. Why can't you do follow-ups? Because you always cry foul. Why can't you do that?
No, simple.
Okay, so I was about to land. Okay, in conclusion, because I see Baba Zimbabwe wants to engage a lot.
Go ahead.
But it's fine. I wanted to say, right, if we do everything properly, and the young people of Zimbabwe, according to statistics that were recently released, the biggest age group that we have so far is between 18 and 32 years. Yes, and we are saying if we have those numbers coming in large numbers, and seeing the challenges that every youth is facing, the challenges that they are facing, there is a huge possibility that even the awkward numbers that are projected from Uzumba, Maramba, Pungwe, Mberengwa East, Mutoko, and Mudzi, they might not really stand a chance, considering the young people if they register to vote in large numbers. But because ZANU-PF actually enjoys when people encourages voter apathy, it actually helps ZANU-PF.
Okay. I can't comment section. What have you done?
Wamutwa.
Ndamutwa mino ndiani one of the
moderators angu andina kumute.
Moderators ako inzoka. They need to understand the whole point. Isusu vanhu vachi varikufana kudiscussa vari pa panel. Kanta kumutwa zvinonika sense.
Go ahead.
Ndo rigging yacho.
Ekatone pa mutwa pacho.
Isusu mapanelists acho. Kanta kumutwa.
Okay, guys, I'm sorry to cut you off. Let me just answer Matthew 2 questions, then I'll go.
Okay,
so
Matthew,
yeah, but Africa Union ndafarira chinhu wanje mambo taura. Ndandiri pa mute zangu. Africa Union, do you do you want Zimbabwe to develop?
Definitely, that is my country, and I love my country.
So who can make Zimbabwe develop?
Us as Zimbabweans.
Right. Do you think my NGOs or my third parties or my hostile organizations, I gotta say IMF?
All right.
Okay, so let me answer Matthew 2 questions you raised. Matthew, you raised a point when you said why opposition party they don't deploy the agency to the police station, to the election station, right? So the last election, the MDC, they do deploy their secret agents. But here's the thing, ZANU-PF is capture everything. I don't know if you can go and check back. There was a lot of province where their agency, they were chased away with the state agency. You understand? So that issue is not gonna work. You understand? They tried. It's not. It's not going to work. You see. And also the last thing, Matthew, also I think as Zimbabweans that we want, we are not saying the opposition party they are perfect. No, they do have also their skeleton, even the CCC. But for the meantime, we want to remove the ZANU-PF and we deal with them. You understand? That's what we want now. We are not saying they're good. We are not even saying that. You understand? So
how are you going to, why are you waiting for last minute? That's where my problem is. Why are you waiting for last minute that you start mobilizing people? Let's go and forward. Let's go. Why we're not doing it before?
Okay, let me answer that. Okay, let me answer that. Let me answer that question. Okay, let me answer that question. I think this is the second time that I answer this question. Here's the thing. Each politician in this world, remember, they are there for fame and for making money. You still remember, I repeat this, all this opposition, especially in Zimbabwe, they come and talk and this and this and this. Once they sit in the parliament, done. You understand it? They earning millions. If you check Chamisa, he's millions, he worth millions. You understand? Where does that money coming from? You understand? You know what? I say this, go and check back after the election, the previous election, when Chamisa said, the next election, meaning 23, we are not going to allow that election to happen if we can't have reforms, right? He says so. I even go on my other page. I think you come across with, I'm not gonna say it, on TikTok. It's famous. And then I even posted now the clip of Chamisa. Then I said, this guy is crazy because what he say now and then now is the same. Why did he allow now to say the election, but there's no reforms?
That's what my problem is.
Because the problem, it is the question. Let me answer the question. Is Zimbabweans, we should know about this politician. They just want to sit in the parliament, then they'll be rich. That's all. That's all about. They don't care about us.
So who must we trust with our vote now?
Okay. That's a good point. I think the one was CC whatever here. I think it's Matthew. I think you quite argue with him when we say check the Zimbabwe. The majority of the youth of the Zimbabweans, we are the future. You understand? He raised a point to say Mnangagwa, you can't even download the WhatsApp. And then I don't know who was saying the WhatsApp. Is it the WhatsApp you can read if you can't? You can't read the Nation if you can't download the WhatsApp. Here's the thing: if you check all the ministers in Zimbabwe, even the whole African lot, you know that their PA, it's us youth. 35 and below, we are doing everything that the speech wherever they go. You can check even when they read, they can't even pronounce. You understand it? So us as youth, we have to take our position. And these people, because these people, they're not going to be here in 4 years' time, and that's the fact. You understand? As us youth, we have to start getting into politics, contribute, and also Zimbabwe. The other thing, we want things for free. We don't want to die for it. Freedom in Zimbabwe is not going to come with a vote only and whatever and talk. Other people have to die for it because ZANU-PF is not going to be surrendered just to say, okay, yes, there. And that is a fact. But as Zimbabweans, we don't want that. We want things for free. Yes, South Africa, you see people what they do. South African youth, they fight, they do whatever. In Zimbabwe, if there is a guy here, a young boy I saw here, he speak the truth about ZANU-PF. People, they come and they said, oh, this one, oh, they're going to kill him, oh, this and this. That's wow, that is what we are good at.
If I may continue a bit
we always laugh at each other.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, guys, thank you so much, eh? Thank you so much for your opportunity, guys. Let us register and vote.
Just be here. Just be here for some time until if you're not going anywhere, if you're not busy, just be here. We'll rotate and come back to you. Just be here, my brother. If you're not going anywhere, let me just give the other chance. Ribio, I'll come back to you. Let me just give Matthews so that he can finish off what you wanted to say. Then I'll come back to you. Ne? Yeah, Matthews, pezi someone kuchingoti gaga then tipe my chance so that we won't be long on.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, let me just conclude by saying ZANU-PF ZANU-PF can be defeated it is possible that it has already gone through a number of changes, and I believe this time this is our generation to deliver a new mandate to Zimbabwe, and we have to do this in a constitutional means to make sure that we do not allow ZANU-PF, which is bloodthirsty, to take advantage of us when we want to install a peaceful government. So voting is very important. I encourage everybody, even those who are in diaspora, let's send 100 rand, 200 rands to our brothers back home, those who have finished Form 4 A levels, to go and register and vote, like transport money. Some of them, they lack only transport money. Some, they need to take IDs. They don't have IDs. And let's do that as a motivation for our own, as a civic duty, to make sure that once we register, we need at least 6 million voters. The people of Zimbabwe will then decide what is best for them when that time comes. But as long as we have a low voter registration, a low voter turnout, we have a challenge, and we will always keep having ZANU-PF manipulating and altering the results. In conclusion, I would say, if a team is leading 1-0, it is easier for a referee to manipulate that outcome and give a dubious penalty and a red card to just make sure that he overturn that outcome. But where a team is leading 6-1 or 6-0, it's difficult. Even if the ref wants to help you, she cannot help you because, or he cannot help you because the score line is too big to manipulate. It cannot be stolen. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you so much. I'll come back to you, my brother. Anyway, Ribio, let's you can share your mind about anyway those who are just joining in. Let me just update those who are just coming in. Those who are just coming in today, we are talking about Zim politics. Anything that has to do with Zim politics, how where we need to do reforms, and the way you see the elections that are coming, who's gonna win, where do we need to correct, and where do we need to make things right. Anyway, Ribio, you can go ahead, my sister.
Good evening, brethren. So here's what I always say, and I always say it until maybe 1 or 2 people hear it. ZANU-PF in a ballot box.
That's true.
This is blunt truth that you never hear being spoken about in or by so many people. ZANU in a ballot box. This is not the first election that is facing us. We've been there. We've voted in our numbers. We've actually won by the numbers.
Yeah.
But that is ZANU-PF in a ballot box. That being said, ask yourselves, you are not kids. What's the other option that we have? I'm not going to be the one to say it, but ballot box is not going to be the solution.
Okay.
Next, I'm going to speak about us Zimbabweans with regards to politics. We are not ready for change. We are not ready for change, all of us. So whether or not a new government comes in, a new party comes in, we are not ready for change. We should do the work within ourselves to know what is it to be called a people of a country, what are our rights. In fact, we need to just start all over and decide what is the name that we're supposed to give our country, what is the constitution, what does it stand for. Like we need to do the thorough homework. Otherwise, we can spend and make debates of 800 hours, and at the end of the day, we still do the same shit. I'm saying, I'm encouraging each and every one of us as Zimbabweans to just look to your left, look to your right. We claim to be the most educated folks or people in the world, but we actually lack the knowledge that we are human. We are human beings. We cannot even call the government to its accountability. We just start to look for solutions here. There is no water. We start to dig boreholes until Harare is full of boreholes. We start to make generators. The noise pollution. You can't even think and function properly in that kind of environment. So I'm saying the government is. Can I finish my supplication, please?
Go ahead, yeah.
So the government is there. which has been failing and has been failing whilst we were looking after the colonies left. There were roads that were functioning, there were bus stops that were functioning, there were call books that were functioning, there were sewer systems that were functional. They just needed to be maintained and upgraded. What did we do? We watched them whilst they were giving their brothers the jobs that were not qualified to do the jobs. We did not complain about it. We kept on watching because we had bread on our table. So now the poison has gone in too deep that we ourselves, we are even poisoned. Who does anything straight in Zimbabwe? You need a birth certificate for your child. You have to know someone there. You have to just follow with the corruption. So whether or not we vote to change or to remove the ruling party from office, we are not ready for change. Let's start with ourselves. Having said that, I'm pleading with all of you guys to just help me follow the page Raganzi Faster Zimbabwe. It's an initiative we had to start because you can't wait for the government to face one of the major problems now we are facing, drug abuse. The youth are actually perishing. Whilst we look and debate these funny debates, who is going to vote, should we vote, whether you're going to vote from abroad or whatever. So we started this initiative to try to clean the streets. I'm not saying we're going to be able to help everyone, but it's better we create the awareness. We start from somewhere. We don't even really know where we are going. So I'm encouraging everyone also, not only drug abuse, there's child abuse, there are a lot of things that we need to do as society, as the Zimbabwean people, because the government, they are busy doing what they know how to do best. So let's try and effect change where we can and change our mindsets. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much. Can you type the word again? Type it in comment section, and also please let's follow Change Radio. Let's follow economic and social culture. So let's follow them. And let's continue to tap the screen. Let's share the live. If you know anybody that is good in that is good in debating the politics, please just share the live to them. Ndopanda nchida kutaura also panyaya yekuti guys, change inouya nemi sevanhu. Zvamunoda kuona kuZimbabwe zvichiitika, we can only do it as Zimbabweans. Nyika inogadzirwa nevene vayo, inoputswa zvakare nevene vayo. Zvamunoda kuona Zimbabwe ichiva, you must fight for whatever, for whoever you're gonna vote for, you must fight for him. Anyway, let's go to Fresh Hugs. How are you, my brother? Or my sister?
I'm okay, my brother.
No, we are kuchishona kwacho. Hatisi kutaura chirungu chedu, tachimboitawo kuti tine vaenzi vamwe vanotaura vasiri kunzwa language yedu yechishona. So yeah, so you can say taura henyu nechekwedu.
Ndoda kupindura vatwanzi mayouth tisi tiri kuregerera Zimbabwe. Aiwa. Chero musikana chaiye achinyengwa, panofanira kuita motivation inovepo kuti agoda mukomana. Saka inini ndikaona kuti zvakangofanana, where do I get the motivation nekuti ndinonovhota?
Oh my goodness, please stop it.
Ndoda kunyora T in block letters, but ndopiwa template rakanyorwa neKSF, saka anobuda sei T wangu ipapo?
Oh my goodness.
Abudi. Saka napasina motivation. Hapana, ndingatoite zvataurwa naRebbo kuti election haina zvainotombopa.
Free Hugs. Why would you want to be motivated kuti ugadzise nyika yako? Uda motivated.
Thank you.
Saka ndinovhotera ini chingona kuti zvakangofanana.
Oh my goodness me, guys, you make me angry.
Aiwa, ndodzidzisa zvataurwa naRebbo woman. Kwete neballot. Ballot, it's a waste of time. For me, it's a waste of time. Andunyepa, guys. We have tried. Umatomboti ZANU inobirira mbichana yozi kubirira, whether yabirira ne1% kana ne0.5%, kubirira ingori rigging. Zvina kana nebasa inenge ingori rigging. Saka it's better.
Sorry, I'm not even discouraging people from voting, but I'm just saying
okay, Free Hugs.
Independent parties votofamba. My election just ngasatomboitirwe muZimbabwe, ngaitirwe out of Zimbabwe.
2002 ndopakapera free and fair. Tobva yaona kwanzi vanhu vakuda kuchinjira zvino. Kubva ipapo Ndipe evidence kuti
No.
zvakazombofamba bo.
No, point yako free hugs na rebel ndikunyatsoinzwisisa. Even 2008 paipai uchinyatsoona kuti zviri pachena munhu awina, zviri pachena hazvina kushanda. 2000 chakuti apa 40 zvazviri pachena munhu kuina pachena. So ndopacho pati kutaura kuti iyo opposition yacho iri kuita sei before ma elections atanga, ma reforms acho iri kuti ngoita zvive clear. Why can't you make things clear?
Kunonyora exam rari kuzama results ndobva ndaifoira futi exam racho, but ma results aya ma results ari pachena ofoira. Rambai mchivhota mana iwo atanzwa nekuvhota man.
Itaika, take action. Why can't you take action? Panoema leaders
what are they doing?
Anzi kugadzira road yeBait Bridge, we should celebrate it. Imi ndikubhadhara tax inini, kana ndikabhadhara tax ndofana kuwana zvinhu zvandabhadharira tax. Amutemo kutoti ndinoridzira Mururu road kuzosvika inzi yagadzirwa yange yaurawa nani? Angaiuraya ndiani? The same person ouya igadzira o benefit futi pakubhidha kuti aigadzire road yacho, anozvipa contract yacho, orowa mari yacho ndiye futi. Ini ndonzero waMururu kuti anzi vagadzira road yeBait Bridge.
Anzi opposition inodyiwa because you Zimbabweans, you don't take action to enforce your will.
Exactly.
Okay, guys.
Okay, guys. Let me just say something. Free hug. Let me just say something. I'm boiling. Free hug. I'm boiling, guys. And rebel. I'm boiling. Let me answer this because this conversation, this debate, what you saying? No. Free hug, guys. Rebel, you raise my sister a good point about it, about what you call what the election and what ZANU-PF, you know what, it's not gonna be removed with the election. But here's the thing, Hag. Let us stop discourage each other about not voting. It's useless. That is the problem. You understand? And Rebel, you raise a question, a good point. When you say as Zimbabwe, let's start with us. And the question that she said, let me just go straight to the point. Even I can ask some of the people here, they don't know. If I can ask a lot of people that are alive here, they don't even know their constitution, their rights. Here. If I ask one of us here to say, okay, can you tell me, the Zimbabwe constitution, your constitution, your rights? Here, they don't know. So if we vote the opposition, right? If now this is the third time, we know exactly we vote it, we win it, and the ruling party, they're still forcing, to get in power. What can we do? Take action as citizen of the country.
How?
Yeah.
How?
What?
Okay, wait.
Economics.
Allow me to answer.
Just a few.
Let me answer your question. Let me answer when you say how.
Free hugs. Wait. I want to ask something.
Why 2023 is different to no voter?
When you say how, right? When you say how, right? You said how, right? Free. I don't know. It's free hug or whoever say how.
It's later.
Okay. So if you are. Okay, for example, like you have got your you have got your wife, right? If the intruder come in your house, what would you do? Can you answer, please? Intruder is just walking in your house. What would you do?
You know what? You are creating these scenarios that are very much abstract to the problem that we already have.
Exactly.
You know what? Economy.
Let me just
economy.
Okay, guys.
That's becoming a problem for us as Zimbabweans. Even if the opposition wins, we don't have guns. Remember, the opposition has got police, he has got soldiers. How can we fight?
Okay.
Who's gonna help
guys.
us out? That's what you're supposed to.
Let me tell you, the people, the soldiers, the police, they are all tired too. They are waiting on you, so they'll be waiting on us. We are waiting on them.
Okay, guys.
But when I protest,
Many more will have to listen, guys. Let me just talk about our cowardness for a minute.
Okay, you misunderstand me, guys. You misunderstand me. I can see you misunderstand me. My point. You misunderstand me on my point already. I think you know what. I think I mentioned this. I think it's the fourth time about the opposition. The problem that we're having, the opposition, they don't have the amnesty, you understand? And they know for sure they are not going to remove ZANU-PF with the vote only. They should have the amnesty, like, okay, to take power by force. You understand? And for this election, it's coming, this year, there is something that, they consider they already prepare for the amnesty already. If you can check into details about there's something already, they consider the amnesty. If they win the election, they're going to take it by power. I'm telling you, they know those things. And that's the one, when I say this, you can go and a citizen take the power. It's not about, okay, we go in the street because we don't have guns in Zimbabwe, you understand? But we have to protest in a way of like you keep yourself from those scenery of getting killed. And there's a lot of way you can protest in your house, staying at home, you understand? Nobody will move out, you understand? And freedom is not going to come easy. It will come, obviously, other people, they will die. And that's a fact. But as Zimbabweans also, we don't want that. We just want to wait, oh, this and this. No, because I'm going to die. Oh, this one is going to get killed. Or this one, oh, you talk to my ZANU-PF for this and this and this. The only thing that we should never allow is to discourage each other not to participate in the election. Let's not do that, guys. Because if you have kids, what future? For example, now, if you've got the kids, now anyone have got a child here, with the country of the state of Zimbabwe, the kids, they're going to ask when they're 12, Daddy, what did you do? Mommy, what did you do? What are you going to answer?
That is if they are still alive. That is if they are still alive. We are dying anyhow. We are dying anyhow.
I would rather answer my kids than kufa.
What are you going to answer to them? Okay,
you are giving them. If
how many times have we seen one polling station? How many times? Reality. How many times have
freedom? It doesn't come so easy. You want free things. It's not about free things.
What is different?
Can I just highlight you guys to say? In Zimbabwe, we've seen a lot. Right now, Job Scara is in jail. And the people who are thinking otherwise, this was a good reason to rally your cadres and say, we are dealing with a military state. This is not a normal state. The 2017 product of coup, it's a military outfit. Saka mukada kuita anything direct confrontation munoriskisa upenyu hwavanhu vakawanda vanhu vakarasika upenyu hwavo.
And what does the constitution say? What does the constitution say? What does the constitution say? What does the constitution say?
First, if you want to talk about the constitution, we first have to ask the government, what is the constitution? We need to ask the government first. How did they address
no. We are not talking about the government. We talk about we talk about to the person that he was saying the military whatever.
Listen, guys.
What does the constitution say?
Economic. There is theory, and there's practicality, and then there's reality. If we base our arguments merely on theoretically, voting is good. Theoretically, the numbers are good. Opposition numbers are good. But we do not have that. Our own government does not even respect its own constitution. It has been even redrafted to suit Javar Kuda Ivo. President we were watching them doing that all these years. Don't rebel me now. I'm not
who is the problem? Who is the problem? Who is the problem? Who is the problem, Libo? Who is the problem?
Do you want to say now a fellow citizen, just a common citizen, is the problem? They don't have anything to do with the
Rebo, can you answer my question? Who is the problem? Because you raised a question. You said, okay, we cannot be a country, a president. You can just stay in power at the second term. You know, who is the problem? Can you answer there?
Who redrafted the constitution? You know when the constitution was redrafted. Who did that?
Okay.
And the people were even made to vote for that constitutional change. They were not even informed. What are you voting for?
Okay.
The same
Rebo,
ballot box that has kept us in this situation. Ballot box will not work.
Okay,
No.
Rebo. No.
We
Rebo,
can
don't say that.
disagree
No,
whether
guys.
the ballot works, but what I want us to guarantee each other is we don't want Boko Haram in Zimbabwe. Anything that allows terrorism and acts of terrorism is not sustainable for anyone.
No, let's not talk about that, guys. No.
Wait,
Matthew, let's not talk about those things.
We are
any act of terrorism and any act of taking power by radical means does not help anybody, because it doesn't create a sustainable society for anybody to live in it. So far, Zimbabwe, as much as we have challenges, our parents are there. There is safety. Vanhu vari kurarama ikoko, hakuna dzinongomwa zvanzi vana vakauraiwa nhasi and all those kind of that we hear in other countries. So peace and sustainability is at the core of a developing society.
That is nothing. We are not even developing. Neither are we stagnant. We are going back. How many years now since it is in our own currency? And you are talking about we just want to be there to live. That is not life. The future of our children is in jeopardy. Let me tell you something, my guy. You have not faced a problem that you have your relative that is dying in the hospital and you don't even have the money to do that. They die whilst you are watching them. We are already dead. Those are someone's father, someone's mother, someone's son is dying.
Yes.
And then you are telling me there's stability. My foot.
No,
okay, guys.
You see, let's agree one thing, that Zimbabwe is a home to 16 million people. We cannot, we can allow to disagree and have various interventions of how we want to solve the Zimbabwean problem. And those who think that the gun can make the change, they can take that route. Others, we advocate for voting because we believe in voting. And those who believe that the gun, they can also use that intervention. Let's see how it works out. If they manage to deliver us, we will also be happy because we all want to free Zimbabwe. Others will believe in the voting, and those who believe in the gun must lead us in that direction.
Imbopora methods, Imbopora, tazvinzo. Miraiti, I'm coming economy. Let me give these others chance. Go ahead. You wanted to say something. Then you're gonna pay the then top.
Thank you so much, Leroy. I have been stewing in the comments section. I am so angry. I am so mad. I don't even know where to start. Okay. So as a nation, it's very unfortunate that we have been ruled. I mean, we have been reigned by terror for so long that we are so afraid of dying. We are so afraid because we have been bullied for such a long time. If you try to think that what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Are you supposed to go into the streets and take arms and die and leave your children in this worst situation? Or are you supposed to stay at home and dig a borehole? Honestly speaking, it has been squashed in so many ways. But unfortunately, our opposition also is very, very soft. They wait the last minute. They do not go. They do not do campaigns. They are not consistent.
Yeah.
So we tend to think that is the opposition, is CCC even a close substitute, guys? Is it even a close substitute? Because if they're going to use us, what happened to their campaign money? So their campaign money is for last minute.
Look right now, their own people, they're being arrested only for holding a rally. How can someone be arrested for that and you don't even take action? You're only saying, no, we're just leaving them to people. They've been killed. Their own people, but
if they are correct politicians, that know what they stand for, the policies that they have to implement, and whatever they've promised the people,
and
they can pull out of the elections. They can pull out.
And
they can even pull out from the government because nothing is happening. But it seems like they are just embroidered into the system.
Exactly. That is what I worry about, Rebel, really. That is what Zimbabwe has no rule of law. It has, yes, we've got a constitution. Even if Cheroka is the constitution,
but there are many lawyers imo opposition yacho opposition chero ndakazombona opposition ine malawyer CCC has got many lawyers but their lawyers they're just quiet.
What are they doing?
Ndipo patinotangira kuti too much of education, too much of theory is not good. You forget that you actually live in a world where you have to do something practically. You'll be working with theories and theories. Moda unotudza the whole fulcrum of the troops. When you song to my V11, my streets not even knowing what that stands for.
Rebel, streets makadhakwa izvozvo handidzira kutaura neshona kuti tisasungire panapa. Vana vari kupiwa mutoriro, vana vari kudhakiswa zvese nekuzvikoro zvaakutoendeswa vanhu ava vatova necartel.
I'm even fuming. I'm fuming as you are speaking. Ninyama drugs. Look at someone at our panapa. Kune security. Our parents are there. Our kids are there. Guys, if you knew your rights as a human being first in the world, that is not life.
And I'm
that
sure
is not
when
life.
somebody
You do not even have mvura iri kubuda papombi.
And I'm sure
you say you are staying in the city. The school system. The school system. Healthcare industry. Kuita zvinhu zvese like we are not even, we are surviving. Wesa nema standards are lower than human beings.
Ndivo vari kupa vanhu mutoriro. Ndivo vari kupa vanhu mutoriro.
Tokumbirawo kamuchitipa nguva titaurewo.
All right, Mijo. You guys, I've got to write an exam. I love you so much, Leroy. Much love. Thanks so much for letting me join and vent. Rebel, you're amazing. Queen, economic. Some of the things you were saying, I was really, really venting and arguing with you, but more love.
Thank you so much,
Dinta, you're very quiet. Dinta Ngabe.
Yeah, I'm absorbing.
Love you guys.
I'm absorbing. I'm absorbing. I'm So I have to listen first before I give my opinion.
that. They don't even share enough points to satisfy people to understand the way forward to Zimbabwe. That's the problem we are having with our leaders.
Okay.
Can you
okay, thank you for your thank you for your contribution. Go ahead, Denta. Denta, go ahead.
Yes, hear me?
Go ahead, my
Yes.
brother.
Yeah. So I got cut off earlier on when I was making my points. And then it ended up prolonging the whole thing. But I think I'll just be as quick as I can. So I was talking on our opposition party and how and the role they are playing, towards making our country better in a way. So the main issue when I was talking about how CCC is run and their leader and all that, when I was talking about him not being like diplomatic enough, it's not like I'm throwing shade at him or I'm trying to bring him down. I was just trying to paint a picture that as a leader, there's certain things that you do or say that to even people who are not interested in following you, it will get their attention. Because now remember we are in 2023. It's 90% of Zimbabweans who are educated. We are exposed to media, Western media, all these kind of things. We see how other countries are run, and we desire that, and we want also our country to be run that way. We see how other political leaders act. We're expecting our political leaders to act the same way. So the problem now that I've noticed in Zim, politics is business for both parties, whether you are the ruling party or opposition party. Everybody is trying to get something out of it. It's not really in the interest of the people. So as much as we can vote, as much as we can do this, as much as we can do all that, like Jonathan was, it's a good suggestion, what Jonathan was saying. But if we understood how Zim has been operating and how Zim has been ruled over the years since we got independence, you wouldn't be even suggest, because we know protests and all this, we can do that. We have the power, we have the desire, but we know what works and what don't work because we tried everything from before. And as much as we can shout here on social media, we can trend, we can do everything. We can protest in the streets, we can go to Ramaphosa. You still sit down with Mnangagwa and whatnot, and they'll sit down because ZANU-PF and EFF, ANC, they have a very good relationship, even through Mugabe. They work together for a long time. And if you look at even South African politics, it's the same party that's been ruling since the beginning of time. And it's only the leaders changing. It's the same constitution. It's the same regime. Everything is the same. They're just changing leaders. Even South African, they actually borrowing some of the tactics from Zimbabwe. That's the same strategy that Zimbabwe has been using. Same party. It's the only difference with Zimbabwe and South Africa has been in Zim with the same leader for a long time, but in South Africa we changed a few leaders, but it's pretty much the same thing. And South Africans now, they're still complaining, look at what's happening, load shedding and all these things. And people are comparing now South Africa is going to turn into Zimbabwe. So there's nothing will happen. We can protest, we can talk to Ramaphosa, we can do this. Nothing is going to happen. Protest doesn't work because nobody will listen to us. You see,
so what does it work?
So this is what I would suggest, right? In terms of making things happen, as much as CCC was saying, okay, the opposition party doesn't owe us anything, which is BS. Why did they start the party in the first place? Why are they requesting for our vote? Why are they asking for our vote? Why are they campaigning for it's so I wish she was here so that I can give it,
I'm going to interject you. I think
Yes.
I think here's the thing. I think I did even specify when a person tried to you try to contribute. People, let's try to listen very carefully. When she said that, said, "Oh, CC, I'm not a politician, but I was listening." She did not say it doesn't owe Zimbabweans like the way you put it in, you guys. You see, I don't know why people you misunderstand there. When she said
but she economy. She gave here with full. She was supposed to expand on it so that we get where she was coming from. She didn't.
No, but
she just ended the statement as a
statement. She tried. I was listening. She did try it, and she even specified about okay, about okay, CC, they cannot like, okay, introduce like, okay, this is the law. Okay, we want, okay, since they cannot just wake up to say, okay, we want the diaspora of Zimbabwe to vote. She even tried to specify, but people, they don't listen. They just run and cut it off.
No, in that part I understood her. In that part I understood what she was saying. Mr. Economy. In that part I understood where she was coming from. Yeah.
Okay, you can go ahead, Mr.
Okay, I understood where you were coming from.
What is the main purpose of an opposition party? If they're already in power, because if they're already in power, there are things that they are supposed to fight for. Isn't it like that? In Angola, I don't understand politics, but isn't it like that? When you are now into power, if you're given the power, if people vote for you, you've got MPs, you've got senators, you've got councillors. Don't you? If you're already in power, don't you have also powers to change some of the things?
Okay, let me answer you there. That's where you misunderstand. Opposition, when they win some seats or whatever in the municipality, there is a ruling party. They allocate even funds to the city that even the opposition running. If there is some changes or want to vote for the mayor or for the councillor, they will take to the parliament. You understand it? Even here it happened here in South Africa. And then they will vote. You understand? The MP, the MPs, and you check which party Zimbabwe, which party do they, which party have the majority MP in the parliament? ZANU-PF. You understand? So that is where people, they misunderstand, because when you say the opposition is already in power, it's not already in power. The countries run with the ZANU-PF. ZANU-PF, it decide like, okay, you can win running city of Harare, but they can allocate, the budget. You understand?
Yeah. On all that, like I'm with you on that one. As the ruling party has the keys right now to all. So you see, there are certain things that I agree, and there are certain things that I disagree with. What CCC was saying. But the only thing that I disagree with there was when she said this party CCC doesn't owe. They don't owe Zimbabweans anything, because she didn't give any context to her statement. You see, if she had expanded on it to say, okay, because what they're trying to do is they want to remove the current ruling party so that they can come on and do better, which means they owe us that promise. That promise for them to tell us. It's like you see a child selling mangoes on the road, who's been there, the whole day. It's been hot. Their parents left them there. They're selling mangoes. They haven't sold anything in maybe the whole since they started in the morning. And then you go there to them, hey, I see you're trying to sell mango. I see you're hungry. Come with me. I'm going to take you to a better place where you can sell your mangoes. I'm going to feed you. I'm going to do all this. On the way to that place you promised that child, and then you turn to them and say, okay, look, remember, I don't owe you anything. I just promised you this. I'm just trying to do something for you and for me too, but I don't owe you anything. It's exactly how I got a statement to say, yes, as much as they are trying to change Zimbabwe, but they don't necessarily owe anything to Zimbabweans. Do you get what I'm saying? That's how I got that statement from personally.
No,
maybe I misunderstood.
I got exactly. You what you,
maybe yeah.
I got
maybe
you what
I
you
misunderstood.
No, a lot of people, it's not you. A lot of people, they misunderstand, because I was listening very carefully to the conversation. A lot of people, they think exactly the way you say. But the point she was trying, she didn't mean that way. A lot of people, she said, CCC, they don't run Zimbabwe. They are under the ruling party. Everything that they do, it's, the government, what you call the ZANU-PF, is they are the decision makers, you understand? And she even said, okay, the CCC, they can organize some of the march and whatever, but now it's up to us as citizens. We don't participate, you understand? We don't participate. She even specified that. And I was listening very carefully.
But I think
I mean, I'm glad that you got that whole you got a different perspective from that. So I'll just make the last point. So what I can say though, in terms of this whole ZANU-PF, CCC, and all this thing, I don't think both parties will work for Zimbabwe. I don't think we need politics in Zimbabwe. I think we need people who don't have a name behind them. I think we need people. Somebody's playing music in the background. So
okay,
someone is playing music in the
sorry
background.
guys.
Someone is
neutral mics. Okay, quiet.
Yeah. My last point is I don't think we need anybody with a name behind them. I think we need people who represent people of Zimbabwe, not necessarily saying, hey, this is my name behind me, vote for me, and then I'll change this, I'll change that. I think we just need leaders who create some movements that will get us somewhere, because we had faith in we voted, like people voted for ZANU-PF for a long time, believing that things will change, but things never change. As much as we can blame sanctions and all this, they played a part, but it's not all. For the sanctions to come, there was a reason for that. We could have survived even with sanctions imposed because we have minerals in Zimbabwe. We had diamonds, we mined diamonds. We mined diamonds for years, billions of dollars. Where is that money going? We have gold, we have platinum. We could have run Zimbabwe successfully, even with we had Rand. Rand was powerful in Zimbabwe. We worked with Rand in Zimbabwe, no problem, and our economy was fine. But all of a sudden, we are letting vendors. I think that's the another suggestion I wanted to make. Our vendors, we don't have stock exchange, we don't have anything like Wall Street in Zim. Our vendors run our economy. Those people, if they decide right now that they don't want Zim dollar, those guys who sell things, tomorrow Zim dollar won't work. So they need to be stripped of that power they have. Our economy, our governor, and our money will have power if our government sort of controls it fully. Transactions, everything. The government has power to go to the shops, and the same power they have to, when they're beating people to stop protesting, they have the same power they can force those vendors to say, accept this money, accept this currency, please don't raise your prices. They can still do that. There's plenty of ways that if they really wanted to make Zimbabwe better, if they really wanted to, things to happen, they could do this. So that's why I'm saying we don't need any political party to take Zimbabwe anywhere at this point. And age plays a very big role, because at the moment we are young individuals who are being ruled by older people who are supposed to be resting, who are supposed to be on vacation in Mexico and Hawaii. Who don't understand how the modern day society works. Who don't understand what it is like to have a degree, to have education, and how to reward somebody with,
Can we also contribute Denta?
Yeah.
Yes, I think we gave you audience. Can you also give?
You must also give others chance. Mopa chance, so that there are people that are on.
So, anyways, Okay, cool. Thanks, man. I do appreciate it. But that's all I have to say, man. And this is definitely my opinion. I'm not trying to bash anyone. I'm not attacking. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. This is coming from how I feel and because of what I've been through. So if anybody felt that I disrespect them, it's fine, but that's not my intention. It's you listened from that perspective that I'm trying to offend you, but I'm not trying to do so. So anyways, thanks, Leroy. That's all I have to say, man, which is, I'll listen from the background, but there's so much that I can share, but, it's just, I appreciate it, man. Thanks, guys. Thanks, Matthew, Paul.
We've got the whole night here. So you can request, you speak, you give others a chance to speak, you give others a chance, then we rotate just like that, yeah? If I drop you, you can go again and request, then I'll bring you back again and again. That's Okay, thank you so much. Go ahead, Matthews.
Okay, thank you so much. It has been quite a lot has been said, but let me just put into context to say, there is. I think as a nation, ZANU-PF successfully traumatized us and abused us to the point that we can't see their faults anymore. We actually blame ourselves for whoever who is trying to rescue us. We are actually blaming him to say, why are you trying to rescue us? Leave us alone. Let us, ZANU-PF, abuse us. It's fine like this. It's better to be abused by these ones because we now know them. It's fine. But we all know the terror, the history of ZANU-PF. If you don't remember very well, you remember in August 2018, they ordered the army to shoot people on a daylight for protesting. You know very well in 2008, ZANU-PF killed people, cut people's hands, long, short, and short arms. And the people were disabled, they were disarmed, their body parts. People were killed. According to the reports of the then MDC, it said around 2,000 people died in 2008 because of the ZANU-PF violence that it unleashed on people. Back in 2002, ZANU-PF did the same. They also unleashed a terror on the people of Zimbabwe. Back to 1980, on the foundation of the country Zimbabwe, they also did the same. And the country has always been subjected to violence by elements like ZANU-PF, and the way they run the affairs of the state. So for us to then blame any person who tries to rescue us, I just find like we have accepted that we have been abused and we have fully co-opted into the abuse of ZANU-PF. However, I want to give people another opportunity. There is Love Momaduku. There is Sevia Kasukwere. There is this colored guy. There is this colored woman. You are spoiled with choices. If you think Chamisa doesn't do, all what we are asking you is to say, go and register to vote, and you vote for one that you want. If you think Kasukwere is good for you, go vote for him. If you think Douglas Ngondura is good for you, go vote for him. There is no need for you to say Chamisa this, Chamisa that. If you feel Chamisa is not good for you, there are other people who are going to put their name on the ballot. Peter Ndlovu will be there. Vote for him. They're going to be ZAPU. They're going to be MRP. Vote for those parties who think that they save you. But what is important for every one of us is to exercise their constitutional right and go and vote. And that is what is important so that our choices can be heard. Because most of the people who are making so many claims that Triple C people are not doing effective, there are only 29 people of Triple C MPs in a parliament that has 232 members that belong to either ZANU-PF and MDC. How do 29 people? How do 29 people be effective in a parliament that is run on party lines like ZANU-PF and MDC? We saw how they were playing, taking money away from Triple C. So it's fine, I do agree. Some people might not like Chamisa's politics, but there are other contenders. It's not only two horse race. If you feel like there is no other person, the State House is open for anyone. If you got 40 years, go and represent us and sell your idea to the people of Zimbabwe. It also works because this thing of watering down the efforts of anybody who is trying to rescue the people of Zimbabwe, it doesn't benefit anyone except ZANU-PF, because it's only ZANU-PF who enjoys staying in power forever when we attack everybody who is coming to try and serve Zimbabweans. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Let me go to economy. I'm gonna give you the floor. Wait, let me give Myra. Myra, hi. Myra,
hello.
How are you?
I'm okay. I think I will just make it short. I think the problem is like people are talking rescue us. Why are we waiting for someone to come and rescue us? Like as if we're just waiting with, okay, there's going to be a savior. Why can't we rescue ourselves?
Myra, how do you want us to rescue ourselves when
we need to speak with one voice? We need to, yes, we need to allow and respect and the vote of every Zimbabwean, whether they are ZANU-PF, they are Triple C, they are for Lidi, they are for Maduku, and we need to respect that vote. The problem is when someone speaks.
That's where my problem is. How? Remember, in Zimbabwe, the police, they're on the side of the ruling party, the soldiers, they're on the side of the ruling party. How are we going to defeat
every country that has got a ruling party, which is a majority, is going to have control of the police, is going to have control of the army. Every country, it's not like unique to Zimbabwe. It's nothing new. Even here in South Africa, they control the party, they control the army, they control the police. Even if you go to America, the ruling party control the army, they control the police. So if we don't want them to have that much control like ZANU-PF, we need to dilute the numbers by voting. And we need to dilute the numbers to lessen their numbers by voting. That's what I mean, which we need to change the narrative. If they've got the majority vote, they mustn't have that so much, like 3/4 of the parliament, it's ZANU-PF. It's natural that they will override every decision that is being made. Even if it's an America in the UK, it's like that. It's not as if it's something like unique, which change Zimbabwe. It's happening, it happens in every country. As long as they have the majority, they will have the majority on the vote. So we need to change the majority vote. We need to lessen their power in the voting system by voting. And to change that by voting, the issue now is someone, the previous speaker, there are other people that we can vote for. We can vote for Ngonzora, you can vote for who. But in the reality report on the ground, and the moment you speak against TCC, wakutonziwa is ZANU-PF project. The moment Chapman aita party yake aita say we are a ZANU-PF project. Uyu Leader Masarira, the moment she speaks, even if I start to or not, watonziwa is ZANU-PF project. Yeah, you are point and all that and so in essence, we have placed as if Triple C or Chamisa in particular is now the opposition. Saka zvokuti pane ma-options pane chivhotera Ngonzora hazvisi practical because already munhu akangovhotera akangotaura anything chiri against CC atove ZANU-PF project. Ndozviripo and we all know that. And saka inini my issue really can I proceed ango? My issue is right now CC Triple C and aina kana constitution and then you are saying okay fine, you are the opposition but you don't have a simple thing like a constitution. Saka that means anyone who's speaking
wait, Myla, please don't misleading people. Don't say CC they don't have a constitution. They do have.
They have one.
Go and do some research. They have one. Go to CC and then you check. They do have their constitution as a CC. So if you say wait, let me finish. So if you say they do not have, so how are they going to run the party? Please don't say that.
Exactly, that is the issue. I'm asking you a question.
Go and check it.
Because Nina was a member of MDC Alliance and I voted for MDC Alliance. I'm asking you.
All right, they might have a constitution, but they don't have direction.
They don't have a constitution. Give us the constitution.
They might have the constitution and everything, but they don't have direction. What kind of a party would every time there's even fight in their own party? That's not a party. Zimbabwe doesn't need. Zimbabwe doesn't need.
Father Fangs, you cannot be allowed to spew propaganda. You know. It's just unfair. It's unfair for you to just come and spew propaganda because what you are saying is that they don't have direction and how the party has been splitted. ZANU-PF, what we have today was not there in 2014. This is a military ZANU-PF that has reinvented itself. Don't you know the logs in other people's eyes? You don't see for what you stand for.
Do you want me to say even ZANU-PF are in a direction? bro.
ZANU-PF, you
That's the
use
same thing.
the army. You use the army to kill people
I'm not, listen,
at
I'm
every
not,
time that you want. And now you are
yeah,
the
but
people, you want to tell
I'm
the
not in support.
CCC that
Listen,
they don't have direction.
but
ZANU-PF must sit
listen to
down.
this.
They have no right
Okay,
or any obligation to tell CCC because they have shed the blood of Zimbabweans. They have
all right,
killed the
listen to
people
this.
of Zimbabwe and ZANU-PF. They have done
Listen
it
to this. Okay,
deliberately.
listen to this.
They consistently violated the constitution of Zimbabwe. They did a coup on Mugabe. ZANU-PF is the author of all madness in Zimbabwe. They cannot call CCC to order. It can't be proper. We will challenge this propaganda.
But I'll tell you something. I'll tell you something. Even ZANU-PF itself, they don't have direction, my friend. The
No,
direction. Do you
no,
think
you can't
things,
come and say Triple C. Triple C has got 1 year from its formation, and you cannot come and compare it to ZANU-PF that has been there since 1964. You can't come and compare Triple C with 1 year. You are not being factual, my brother. ZANU-PF has been altering the mess and the genocide on the people of Zimbabwe. The suffering that we know as a generation is because of ZANU-PF. ZANU-PF has presided over a state that is brutal upon its people, shedding blood of innocent citizens. And you come here, you try to defend ZANU-PF, making a false equivalent in Triple C. It's unjustifiable. It's inhuman. We will never accept such pure propaganda to be thrown at us in 2023.
My friend, you didn't even listen to me. I said, listen, I said, ZANU-PF, okay, MDC hasn't got direction. And CCC hasn't got direction. Even ZANU-PF itself hasn't got direction, my friend. That's what I'm trying to say. And at the end of the day, right now, if I'm looking at Zimbabwe, as I said before, there is nobody at all are fit to rule Zimbabwe right now. Even the one who Aripaka Gara right now, he's not even fit to be sitting there, my friend. So I'm not in support of ZANU-PF at all.
Okay, I'm gonna put my phone on.
I'm not in support of everything that is going on in Zimbabwe at all. I'm not happy. I'm not happy. If I was happy, if I was happy about the victim of Zimbabwe, if I was happy about ZANU-PF's victim of Zimbabwe, I would have been in Zimbabwe right now. Then the sugar of Zimbabwe is this.
But how do you compare a party that is 1 year old? Triple C is 1 year old, and they've got 29 MPs in parliament. How do you compare them with the 232 members of parliament of ZANU-PF that have been there presiding over the state that is decaying every day? How do you do that false equivalence? And you want to persuade us that is Triple C is as evil as ZANU-PF? That narrative is from ZANU-PF's mouthpiece of propaganda. It's from the Chitepo school of ideology. And we will never accept such propaganda to be spewed on us. Never.
But you're not listening to me. I did not say they're evil. I said they have no direction. That doesn't mean they're evil. I said they have no direction. I didn't say anything about being evil at all. What I'm saying is CCC they ain't in a direction at the moment I started before. They ain't mirror whoever is going missing. And whoever is going missing, there's a lot of people who went missing, but nobody even says anything about it. I've never even heard Monzo Ashtara anything about it. I've never heard anything like the leader of CCC Ashtara anything about it. No, I've never heard any of that. None of them are. But the people are not talking about it is just the journalist or whoever. That's the only thing I know. So what are you saying about CCC?
The facts you are trying to raise to say you haven't had CCC raising what from the days of Itai Dzamara, even until today, people are still raising awareness about the disappearance of Itai Dzamara. Right? It's people like you who are going ahead with their life, who don't care what CCC is trying to do. It's trying to build a just society where civil liberties and rights are equally respected. But ZANU-PF, we know it. They deliberately kept Job Scala in prison today, simply because they want to provoke a reaction from people so that they find a way to thwart and arrest Chamisa and the entire leadership. We also know that ZANU-PF has deliberately made a political ploy to make sure that every CC leadership is on bail, that they cannot do anything before they violate the bail condition to be thrown in the prison. And the people of Zimbabwe are also in complicity, blaming the same people who are doing something about the cause. That's why I give you the option to say, if you guys you feel Triple C is not doing enough, it's your right as citizens of Zimbabwe. But however, you need to find other alternative voices instead of crashing CCC. Those of us who see what CC is doing, we will defend and we stand for the values that they are doing. But you don't see the value. There are other political parties that you can join and you can support them. And it's your democratic right to do so.
Very
Amen.
true. That it's what it's all right, George. But
Yeah,
Matthew,
my return, so we don't act like you don't know. There is no a political party, even opposition, it can be run without a constitution. Please don't
That
acting.
yes, see,
Just
there is
go
no
and check it,
constitution.
please. Just go
I've
and check.
checked. Hey, Mirai
Where,
Taura,
where,
nigga.
okay, where
Mirai
did you
Taura. Allow me to speak, and nigga. Right.
where did you
Ini
check?
the Tower. And
Let's tap the
ndavunza
screen
ndine
and share the live. Let's tap
constitution
the screen and
ndikati
share live.
mundidirect constitution
Let's tap the
yacho andika
screen.
I've looked for constitution and muri there online andika I've looked for the CC constitution, it's not there andika
Where did you look?
online. Google it now.
Where?
Google it.
You are
Asiri kufamba mdzimba here chitwa end out one by one.
Kuofisi tupe constitution.
Kupi kuofisi?
Google, which Google are you talking about? Go to the
Uncle Google
page and then you type there the constitution. You can
there
find.
Is no, I did that now just to check maybe can I see the problem is not acknowledging and okay, fine, there is no constitution. Let's have a constitution. There's no
okay,
join a group as members right now and
okay,
but then when we try to talk about these things and when we talk about these things and to fix it and people get angry. People get angry.
Okay, I'm gonna come with the video. I'm gonna just change my phone now. It's 27%.
Yes, when we talk about these things and when we talk about these things and people complain,
exactly.
You can go and join another party. Why must I go and join another party? Well, is there's CC and Raku joiner? Where must I go? You can't say go and join a party.
We are not going anywhere as
because that attitude is why people end up feel fed up and because the reality is that Chamis has got the numbers and but to pay direction to join a group. Apana, you complain, you shout, and then you fight. And I asked you, where is the constitution? You have not answered me. Where is your office?
Let's agree. Let's agree what you are saying, Myra. Havana constitution, but why would you want to follow people without constitution? Like, let's say Havana, and in a democracy,
Havana,
we can.
Havana.
Yes, it's fine. I'm saying in a democracy. In a democracy, you can choose a party that you want to vote for. If CCC does not serve you, there is no any obligation in humanity.
Why are you discouraging people to join the party? Why are you discouraging people to join the party? You're supposed to encourage one. So we must enjoy. You don't want us. You're discouraging us.
Exactly topic before my emotions.
Aiwa, topic vanhu vachangopinda topic yakamira so tiri kutaura nyaya iri kuenderana nepolitics yekuzimbabwe kuti politics yekuzimbabwe yakanakira papi zvii zviri kufamba mupolitics yekuzimbabwe maopposition ari kugona papi ari kukanganisa papi main party yekuzimbabwe iri kugona papi government iri kugona papi yekukanganisa papi zvii zviri kuda kureformwa tiri kutaura zvese politics in general ndoya tiri kutaura nezvayo.
Okay, because as much as Meta declare on this one is based on CCE Nezanu. Why can't you just focus if a picture your future Zimbabwe instead of past year Zimbabwe Zani yakazodai so that MDC ndo yakazokanya paya nepaya. Let's just focus with it. What if tikawane party inokwanisa kuprovide this and that? Because the party apana paita tibatsira.
That's my point.
No,
we are next point yako kana
from the beginning maybe wangausipa
we are next point yako
to me the point I was saying is to say the people of Zimbabwe have got their democratic right to choose a leader whom they want. So if you feel like this particular leader A is not serving you, you got every right to find, because Kasukwere said I'm going to be a candidate. There are these colored men and the colored woman, they're gonna be there. Peter Ndlovu is gonna be there. Osaya Chipanga is gonna be there. Nav Maduka is gonna be there. We are spoiled with options. All we are saying is if Triple C doesn't work for you, choose another party which is not ZANU-PF. We have no problem. Even if you want ZANU-PF, it's your choice. All we want you is to register to vote. That's all we are saying.
So what is it?
Voterai vamunonzwa kuda vanokuitirai vari kusengesa message yeZimbabwe uri kuda iwewe vavoterei ivavo. Instead of bashing others, vote for those that you see that will bring the Zimbabwe you want.
But to be honest, at the moment, I don't think I will vote. I will vote, I think, on the next elections, because these my elections that we are now, this 2023. To be honest, so I think to me they're not going to be fair, but still the ruling party is going to rule the country. Then after that, then Panafanakuya somebody else new, not an Chamisa or an Monzora or anything like that. We need somebody new, fresh.
Kamchiti anachamisa nana Monzura muchisindanisa chamisa na Monzura ipapa atinga Monzura vanani because chamisa ampinzi pa mukategori na Monzura andi.
No, what I'm trying to say is right. Look at it. At the end of the day, let me rephrase it. All right, let me start that.
Vese vachangoenda paballot vese vari mapresidential candidates, whether Chamisa Ngonzora Mnangagwa, they're gonna be all on the same ballot vari mapresidential candidates. Saka ini chatongoti chekuti instead vanhu kuZimbabwe tifunge tichiti izvo kana ndisina kuvhotera nhingiriki, kana une vamwe unofungidzira kuti vari kutengesa message yaunoti kune mukalada anonzi Chapman, kana usati wamuona endai momutsvagawo pamwe anokutengesai zvinokunakidzai, endai monzwawo message yake kuti yakamira sei. Kune zvakawanda zviri kuitika, mapolitical party ari kuanaunza kuti they want your votes. Kana Chamisa asingakuitirei endai ikoko motsvagawo kumwe kunokuitirai.
But if you have that attitude, the status quo, finish and the end. What we're doing is that at the end of the day, no matter what, the status quo, Icharamba iripo. Score, yeah, iripo, and ZANU-PF will still have the numbers. And we see that they will continue to have the numbers. And this is true to change. Good was our numbers and we are working on good to know the constitution. So ZANU-PF will continue to have the numbers and will gather here again next year after the elections and still argue about it.
If ZANU-PF wins again, let me tell you, it's not the Triple C that is suffering. Let me tell you, it's the young people of Zimbabwe who are going to suffer.
The voting numbers.
So let's not outsource in power. Listen, let's not outsource this story to Triple C. Yes, Triple C, they are looking for the mandate to run the state affairs of the country Zimbabwe. However, the biggest beneficiary are the people of Zimbabwe.
Attitude. That's my point. We want to join. We want to run a country. You want to run a country. You want to be power. We ask you questions.
You support ZANU-PF. It's fine.
Okay. My numbers are not ZANU-PF.
You can support ZANU-PF, but you can't come here. Wait a split hairs with Chamisa, this Chamisa, that. Can ask me Chamisa? You are spoiled with options. Find somebody. Usawe uchimeka noise with Chamisa, Chamisa, and don't talk somebody. I know who register to vote. That's what is important.
My numbers only to change the numbers. We want to change the numbers so that people are in power.
Which numbers? Go and vote Maduku. Vote
numbers. Complain of MPs. You were complaining you didn't have enough
ZANU-PF
MPs in
yachiramba ine
parliament.
manambers iri pasina kudzingirira vanhu pasina kumanikidza vanhu pasina ichiramba ine manambers eZANU-PF pasina kumanikidza vanhu pasina kurova vanhu free and fair pasina kuudza munhu kuti vakapinda kupi
vari muparliament ma-MPs. And we supposed to increase the number of opposition MPs. And we supposed to increase the number of MPs in the parliament, opposition MPs.
No, the MPs are short because ZANU-PF stole the MP through MDC. Wakati Hanzi Chamisa asili leader we MDC wakabama MPs wakabama RSA funding yangairi ku triple yangairi na Chamisa. Solely that they thought that they would bring him down. And Chamisa have stand the test of time. Akawaratidza kuti Chamisa anodiwa nevanhu veZimbabwe, they are in contact with Chamisa. So now they realized that zvavakanga vachiedza zvokuda kumubvisira MDC zvakaramba kushanda. Navo vakutumira maagents avo pasocial media kuya kuti vanouya vachicriticize Chamisa this, Chamisa this. Chamisa is not running the state affairs of the country Zimbabwe. ZANU-PF ndio iri kuondonga nyika yenyu
hamusimbopesana nayo. Why people will end up not voting? And vane vanhu vari on the fence andika kuti which party must they vote for andika.
Avafanenga vari pamafence. Tine 18 parties dzinovoterwa mapresident. Unogara pafence sei munyika ine ma-18 mapresident.
With your attitude, don't ask me questions.
Voterai Madhuku, voterai Monzora, voterai Chapman. We are fighting with those people. Voterai vanhu ivavo.
aiwa havatombovavhoteri vanhu avo nangewo varitaura vanotodawo Chamisa.
It's simple as that. You come and beg us to come and vote. And then at the end of the day, when you ask questions, you don't want to answer. So people will just not vote. Simple as that.
So imimi munoti hanzi kana Chamisa asipo hativote Zimbabwe the right to vote for you is not tied on Chamisa. The right for you to vote is not tied on Chamisa. Even Chamisa akanza hachaqualify kuenda pama-elections. You still have your right to vote whoever you want.
For Chamisa to be president, his president is tied on my vote. And modama numbers. His president, president of Zimbabwe, is really tied to my vote. So you cannot dismiss people who know have not so tied to a vote. It's a numbers game. Chamisa is not going to be president because Matthew says so.
Instead of kuti muatake vanhu vamakapa masimba, Chamisa has got 29 MPs in the parliament. 232 belong to ZANU-PF. Instead of you questioning the 232 MPs of ZANU-PF, what are they doing? What policies are they pushing? What agenda are they pushing? Munono ataka the 29 ACCC. They are doing the best that they are doing. Let me tell you.
Now I wanted 29. We wanted 200 opposition MPs. That is the goal. And
but how then that be the goal when you come on social media and say you come and make post
I didn't say that. Is that a crime for a future vote?
No, it's not a crime.
Is it wrong?
Myra.
Constitution is really wrong. Answer that question. Is it wrong for me to ask? Yes, then give me the constitution. Direct me when
we don't have the constitution. We don't have the constitution.
Don't register kupi. Could you member? MCC the question to participate.
Don't worry about for this moment. By direction. At this moment, register to vote. When you done that, you have done half the deal. Register to vote. I've
been voting for every election ever since.
Can you give it? Can you give
they send people on social media.
I'm not just talking as if I've never been to a CC rally. Even in South Africa, I attended the CC but I've got questions and my question just gonna then it doesn't serve a purpose. That's what I'm saying. Even though assume out munhu akangouya chete achivhunza ma questions, if you don't like the questions or you don't have the answers, automatically allow ZANU-PF. Ndo chirwere chirimo. Mobva mandite go and vote for Maduku, go and vote for who? Andika. Iyoyo ndo zvichaita kuti tireme chingoluza futi ma election izvozvo.
But Myra, to be fair and honest with you, the problem that people do is people come.
They were
Listen,
not
Myra.
even. Miranda something. 2018 elections and pane mamwe ma polling stations akasina kana vanhu andika to adjudicate ma polling stations iwawo. I used my own money, I used my own transport to transport vanhu andika because I believed in the party andika. Saka musataura as if like nini I'm here. I must be able to ask questions. I must be able to be answered. And constitution ndingobvuma chete kuti kana ndatambura tenhama yeZANU-PF saka must vote every Jack and Jill is gonna come and say they are for the party.
Zvinotibatsirei kuti iwe unouya panapa wokriticize Chamisa simply because wakavhotera Chamisa in 2018. Neni ndakavhotera Chamisa. Even your vote, your one vote iwewe. Vote yako iwewe. Yawakavhotera Chamisa. Anditi takavhotera Chamisa tese. Takaiwesa tikubvumira kuti unouya panapa. Woya woita split hairs uchiti Chamisa anochinja chii hapana zvinogamba zvakadaro kana Chamisa akakuitira Myra find somebody anokuitira. That's simple and easy. Usauya kukriticize Chamisa hapana chinochinja enda kune anokuitira.
Hapana na wana
endai movhotera ikoko vhotera Mnangagwa yeye zviri right hatina problem. Ve-Triple C vanouya ku-Triple C.
But vese varipo hapana na wana
chitaura zvandoziva
vese varipo hapana kana wana anochinja zvinhu kana wana
handika tikuti ngatichinjei the playing field. How long have you been opposition? Takatanga opposition rini tichingoma opposition. It's because of some of these attitudes.
You guys, hey. Father Pangs, isusu inini chandokudzira chekuti munhu ngaatsvage pati inomuitira. Pati inokuitira mapatizi akawanda muZimbabwe hatina chuma pati kana Chamisa asingaite kana Mnangagwa asingaite tsvagai imwe haikona kuya uchita noise usina pati uchiti handi inini I'm standing on the fence. How do you stand on a fence in a country that has 18 political parties that are aspiring for power? Pane vanhu vakawanda vari kuda mavhotsi enyu vavhoterei kana vachikutengeserai maidhea anoita pane kuti munoswera dhei rese muchikriticize Chamisa azodai so. Chamisa haana state power, haasi president, haapinde kana muparliament. Chamisa anotoswera kumba kwake.
Tell them, Matthew. Tell them.
Why don't you criticize Vana ED? Unoda criticize Chamisa asina power. Why don't you criticize Chiwenga? Chiwenga arimo vice president amumcriticize. Makaona achita mukadzi wake kunge imbwa, amunambomcriticize. Nanga na Chamisa kupera.
Thank you.
Ndo mukadzi wakatita kunge imbwa.
A vice president and a minister of health who already misleading the constitution, but is still in power about the violation of the constitution, according to the way he abusing, his ex-wife.
Shem, I think the time for propaganda for ZANU-PF people to come here and accuse Chamisa this. Let's accuse Chamisa when we get power, when he's the president. Let's attack him and criticize as much as we want. But at this moment, we know that the people of ZANU-PF, the 232 MPs that are there who are making laws for people of Zimbabwe. And can I tell you that there is a COVID law that they're still hanging on the people of Zimbabwe, that you are not allowed to do demonstrations until you get clearance, because from the Minister of Health, from Chiwenga, so that you can do a demonstration. Which country is running under the COVID laws? You can see that they are trying to run us as a as a banana republic. And then you come people saying Chamisa is the one who is wrong. What is Chamisa wrong? What does he have, that young man? He's still dreaming for a better country.
Matthew, wait. I want to respond to this, guys, this comment. There's a comment in the comment section. Somebody said Chamisa has power over council and he is useless. I really don't understand. If you understand how, I don't know, because if you really understand Zimbabwe, like, when you say Chamisa has power over councils and he is useless. I don't understand this person. Guys, we have this conversation several times about blaming the opposition, why they are not deliver and this and this and this. But people, they're still not understanding. You can see in the comment section here. The country is run with the ruling party, that's ZANU-PF. You understand? Everything it's happened through ZANU-PF. And ZANU-PF hold the majority of the MPs. You understand? So any decision that they can bring on the table, obviously they're going to pass it because they hold the majority of the MP in the parliament. There is no things of law to say, okay, MDC can say we won the election, every Zimbabwe to vote in diaspora, okay, today this and this. No, it goes to the parliament. You understand? Even when you go to each and every country in South Africa, you see what happened to Ramaphosa about his farm. You see there, they vote, you understand, because they hold the majority, the MPs. So all these things, people, they talk about Chamisa, why they are not delivered. They cannot deliver anything because they are being sabotaged, because the ruling party, they do everything, they control everything. They allocate even the budget to the city of Harare, where the MDC they run, they allocate it and they sabotage it. You understand? And what is Chamisa doing about it? Chamisa doesn't have power, guys. Chamisa
is like you, my friend. He doesn't have anything. This guy called Israel, I don't know. I think he's one of the agents of ZANU-PF. But we will not entertain your propaganda, Israel, in the comments there. Let's just tell you, it's 2023. We will not entertain propaganda from Herbert Chiketepo School of Theology or from Sheikh building there. If you are here to propagate ZANU-PF lies, we will debunk them.
Chamisa is not yet a president of Zimbabwe, guys. So so he doesn't have any power, that guy. You understand? So all these things that the theory, people, they think maybe, you can just wake up and say this and this. Chamisa is like you and me right now. You understand? But the MP, the CCMP, yes, they've got power, like, okay, to contest if there's a decision in the parliament, but they have less majority compared with the ruling party. So there's nothing they're going to, to say we want this and then it's going to come out, because obviously ZANU-PF, they hold them, the MPs, the majority, more seats in the parliament.
Israel, you can request and you can come if I'm basic. And let's hear your views. How are you constructive? Because you seem to know too much about Sheikh stuff. But it's fine.
Ronaldo, please.
You seem like you are factual, Israel.
Contribute. Don't keep quiet, man. Just contribute.
Yes, I thought we would hear from Sharo, who just come now. Sharo, you can unmute and have a chat with us.
Yeah, just waiting for you to finish your conversation. Hi guys, how are you all going? I just came up just to add on what economy and Matthew was talking about. So, as like, how can I say? Like, for example, there is like 5 people in a game, right? And 4 are ZANU-PF and 1 is CC. Automatic ZANU-PF is going to like win in terms of like if they are going to put like maybe on financial, like they have to pass a bill of doing streets in Bari, right? They're going to pass because 4 people within the parliament, that's that group that I was talking about, they're going to say yes. And then CC is only have 1 seat. Obviously, they're going to lose. So that is what's happening within our country, Zimbabwe.
Yes.
So the majority of people that have a say and have power is ZANU-PF. So no matter how much noise is going to be made in the city, like, even if there's like lots of political parties, yes, now they can open up and say like, guys, this is the problem that we're having and we have a voice. But in terms of things happening, ZANU-PF still has power. So I think for those who wanting change, I think, maybe this time is that time that, if you go in numbers and you actually pick the party that you want, maybe things will change. But as long as ZANU-PF has majority of votes,
in the parliament,
Zimbabwe will remain the same. No matter how much noise we're going to make, even if you write as many petitions that you want to write, and like even if you have voice. But the good part of social media right now, I can have a voice and say like, dear president, I'm not happy with what's happening. But you have to be very careful because at the end of the day, you are most important person in your life. If you voice things and you know how things are in Zim, just be very careful. As much as you want to hype each other, like, everyone's life is very important on this earth.
Yeah, so
yes, our country is messed up, but you are important as a human being, as a Zimbabwean. Make a difference wherever you are. You don't need a bill to be passed for, to create a new Zimbabwe. Because if you start doing something that is like so alarming that even the president will come to you and say, what is going on here? You can't do that as a Zimbabwean. Start in your own street. Don't wait for them to change the country. You, as an individual, you can change the country, regardless which party you stand for. Because I think at the end of the day, we want a Zimbabwe that we are all happy. Isn't that why we are voting, right?
And that's true what you are saying, Sharo. And I agree to say people must not always say, I must either be ZANU-PF or Triple C. If you feel like there is another party that represents your views and your values and your interests for the future of Zimbabwe, vote for it, vote for that party. What we are only asking for all of us to do is let's register and vote in large numbers. You vote whoever you feel like he represents your interest. There's ideal Zimbabwe that is good for you. If you feel like Triple C doesn't do so, there is no need for you to come here and attack it. No, just support the one that you think is the good. Sell the idea that things works for your vote. That's the way to go. Let's accept other people. Other people are looking for our votes as well. It's not only ED and Chamisa. There are other people who are asking for votes. So if these two are not serving you, find another one. It should be that easy. That's what democracy is all about.
Yeah, that is true, guys. Let us not discourage each other not to participate in election, no matter what. We have to try to vote. You understand? Because this thing of discourage us, it said, oh no, it's not gonna change. No, it's not gonna take us anywhere because end of the day, your vote count. You understand? So we have to keep that in our mind. Your vote count. That's the problem that we're facing. And the thing, if you go, myself, I did some research, to be honestly. I always think about ZANU-PF, they rig much. But after my research in rural area, there is a lot of youth like us, they still voting for ZANU-PF because they don't understand what is the meaning of the importance of election. You understand? They don't even understand. They just think, oh, ZANU-PF because Mugabe, because this. You understand? So that thing, also social media, also you have to use it also to educate other people to understand what is the meaning of politics, what is the importance of election. But now when we discourage each other here, you hear people, they said there's no need for me to vote because there's nothing that's going to change every year. I've been, we are not going anywhere as a nation. You understand? We are not even going anywhere as a nation. We have to encourage each other to participate, to go to our country. If we're living, if people are living out of the country, in other neighboring countries. Let's try to go back home and register, and because end of the day, we have to fix our country ourselves. Nobody's gonna come and just say, okay, everything is fine.
That's true. Me, guys, I think I've talked enough. Let me drop and give others an opportunity. I hope the host will allow me to drop and give other opportunity. We are spoiled with choices, guys. Let's go and register to vote, and let's also challenge these myths that are always propagated by ZANU-PF that no. Voting does not change anything, because it actually favors ZANU-PF, because when they convince millions of people that voting does not change, they go to rural areas and push our grandmothers and grandfathers to go and vote for them, knowing very well that the youths are not doing anything, which are the majority. So the fact of the matter is, voting matters. ZANU-PF get the power from the white people by voting in 1980. It works for some reason. They want to try to discourage us, but we know Zimbabwe, they went to elections in 1980. ZANU-PF won because people voted for them. We will win Zimbabwe again, as we did in 1980. So let's keep motivated. Whoever registered to vote, vote for your political choice of your party. A political party of your choice that represents your views, your values, and your interests. Don't be pushed into Chamisa if you don't see Chamisa's value. Don't be pushed into Mnangagwa if you don't see Mnangagwa's vision. But choose your choices, because we are spoiled with choices. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
I'm just going to add on, Matthew. Like, for me personally, I'm not into politics, but I will say something, because when the politics starts to affect me as a human being, that's where I have a problem. I don't care which party wins, as long as that party who is ruling is in doing things that is changing Zimbabwe. I'm not talking about change right in Zimbabwe, in like Harare, like having, I don't know, a painted new airport. That's rubbish to me. I'm talking of like schools back in the rural areas that don't even have the ceiling right now. A school that even don't have books. How is that possible when we have a country that has mines, gold, diamonds? It doesn't make sense to me.
And this is
when
2020.
when you're having a president and his cabinet flying to overseas in first class, it does not make sense to me. So that's when I have a problem. Someone dying because of diarrhea in a regional area. This is what's happening. And that's what really, really pisses me off. I don't care who's on. But what I care is that, imagine having your mother dying in a rural area because they cannot cross a river to get to the hospital because the river is full. Why? Why didn't someone provide a boat, knowing that whatever, I don't know, maybe I'll just say Unyani always floods in October. Why? That is the problem that I have. We are having like kids in rural areas flooding Harare. Why are they coming to Harare? Because they are in hope of jobs. Why can't we create jobs in regional areas? We have vast majority of our agricultural land. They can start businesses. Why don't we have people that go there and empower? That is where I have a problem. With whoever is like, you might talk big words, whatever you say, when basic things that a Zimbabwean has a right to education, to freedom, simple things. We're talking of basic things, basic food to eat. Right now, like, you know, when I was a kid, we used to, what do you call it? You grow your okra and you keep the seeds for the next year. Right now, you can't because it's all engineered. You must buy fertilizer. You must buy new seeds. Why? Because someone is benefiting. That is when I have a problem. Whatever happens, I don't care. I love Zimbabwe at core because I saw the old Zimbabwe that I grew up in. And I don't like the Zimbabwe that we have right now. I'm hoping for a new Zimbabwe where everyone has rights to health, education, food, basic things. I don't care whether there's roads or not.
Good day, one. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening to all of you, wherever you are watching, I would like to greet you in the name of our mighty King, the African King of Africa. My name is Marumo Tabelo. I'm the president of the African Statistical Training Center. I have a question for all of you. First of all, permit me to say that I won't go bombastic so that everyone in this panel can understand. And I promised to cooperate. My first question is, why is it so that a person who's running for a public office doesn't mind to spend 1 billion during campaign, even though that person won't earn that money during their sitting? What do they see that we as the electorate don't see? Thank you.
Okay, can I answer that?
I'll just quickly answer, then I'll just be quiet. Marumo, you see that part, that is where I have a problem. You see, like, where was this money when someone was dying with COVID? Where was this money? Could that money have been used? Like, for me, you will have my vote when I know, you know what, whoever is in politics, they've put $1 million or $1 billion towards health during COVID. That's where you get my vote. Please, guys, don't be fooled by someone coming and giving you a lolly during what you call it, their campaigns. Yet they have never come and offered you something simple.
Okay, let me just answer also. So here's the thing. I think if the first thing each and every individual you have to know about politician. Politics. It is a bit. Politics is a business. Remember, it's not like for fun or or saving the citizen.
Rather use the word gangsterism by leadership rather than using the word business. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. Whatsoever, if you want me to use gangsterism, so that is that is politics. So no matter we don't want to hear or you like it or not, that is the way it is, because these people, the politician, if you check them already, if even the opposition, they are successful, they are billionaires. You understand? They, sometimes you ask how, you understand? So that, what is our constitution, each and every candidate says, okay, if you get elected, if you run in the country, if you are a ruling party, the first thing comes the citizen. Yes, it's just the constitution, but end of the day, it's about a business of making money. That's why you see European, even here in South Africa, people, youngsters, they trying to fight to get into politics. That's the only thing that I can just answer your question.
Another one to answer my question before I ask two last questions, then I leave the panel. Or should I ask the second one?
Nathan, Emmanuel.
Okay, you can go on, Marumo. Ask a question.
What kind of impression are you giving the youth in combating or fighting corruption in Zimbabwe?
Emmanuel, you can go first if you want.
No. Just I've got so many questions, so can somebody answer that one?
No, but he's asking everyone who's on this live most. So he's ask everybody. It's not direct to one person, to the individual. It's only everybody.
Okay, can you repeat your question again, Marumo?
What kind of impression are you giving the youth in fighting corruption? I'm trying to use simple English that will accommodate each one of us here. Or am I wrong?
Yeah.
Okay, it's fine. Let me ask it in another format. Maybe you'll understand.
No, he did understand you.
What kind of impression do you get in young people's approach in fighting corruption? Does it sound better?
Well, I understand. The problem, is with the strategies that the current political party they have. I can tell you now that 90% of the people in Zimbabwe are educated. The literacy level is so high. So for some reason, I still don't understand to this day why people educated to that extent still failing to unseat this political party. I'm still struggling to understand that.
Thank you. Even me also, I am struggling. Like really, like why? Even to add something there. I'm sorry. Sometimes I just I get so angry and frustrated. Like you see the soldiers, they're the ones they can rescue now. To this, gangsters, PF, the soldiers, police, to just let this government go, but they are not benefit from anything, only the top official, but they still take orders, go and beat people and protecting these people. Like, I don't understand. Even for me, I don't understand. Like, I want somebody to.
A question that keeps me awake at night. I see a lot of videos. My people in Zimbabwe trying to fight the soldiers, trying to fight for their rights, fighting for this. Those soldiers, the same soldiers that they are busy beating you when you are busy protesting, they're fighting for your rights, are the same people whom you are also fighting for, because when they get out of that uniform, they are the members of the society. They are Zimbabwean compatriots and they are affected by the same issues. So when you fight there, you are not fighting them, you are fighting. We are not fighting them, but you are fighting for them. Once they start to realize that the problem is not you, but the problem is the system that they keep on perpetuating on the philosophy of those who can think for themselves, then you have championed the system, but we are not there today. Let me ask my two questions, then leave this thing. How is it possible in Zimbabwe that service delivery can reach other villages due to bad roads, but the ballot papers on the election day, they get there? How is it possible?
Hey, I always even ask those questions myself also. Those three questions, I always ask a lot of people those questions, but but here's the thing. And you raise a big point. They said if you overdo it, each and everything in your life, it end up, if you overdo it, something, it end up look so bad and it get out of hand, right? As my brother, he mentioned, he said, as a Zimbabwe, we have so educated youngsters, even the army, everything. But end of the day, we'll be praised around the world, Zimbabwe people, they're so educated. But to myself, I can call myself like, no, we are not educated. We are just dumb, because obviously we don't think about those things. Like, okay, these people, okay, they receive medication in South Africa, health, when they sick, they flown them to South Africa, they go to Singapore. And what about my mother, when she got sick from Rewa, whatever, from Gokwe, she have got lung infection, she's gonna die. You understand? We living in a country, when it comes to election, as you said, they make sure they spend millions of dollars to, to let the election, come and go. But go to the hospital, there's not even bed, there's not even, what, a dialysis machine, nothing. But you're still seeing people protecting that, though, that ruling party. Even for me, all this question 3 that you asked my brother, it makes me angry as a Zimbabwean, and I don't know where to get the answer. And I do have some of the relatives, I'm confused. Let me confess, I do have some of my relatives, they work in the government, and I always ask them when I visit, but what are you doing? Because you're the only people that you can rescue as a nation, but you seem not to take action. And you see these people, they're destroying the country, and you're not doing anything. Even your pay, your salary, you don't get it enough. You're getting peanuts. I don't know. I really don't know.
One last question before I leave the panel.
Just before you go, let me just add on. I think to answer the 3 questions and adding on what Economy have said, I think we have to go to the basic. As Zimbabweans, are there people, like when you have panels like this, like people that know the rights of being a Zimbabwean. I think that's where we need to start, because people don't really know what they should get. So therefore, you can be misled. You're seeing like a soldier going to beat someone because they've been allocated 100 US, when you are worth more than that, being a Zimbabwean.
Yes. Hello. Can I add on to the question that was asked by Marumo? And what I wanted to say is that our government so far, they are what you call, or they have what you call a superhero complex, right? Where you keep a system down for too long, you start looking like the superheroes. You start looking like the actual people who are there to save people from what they already created, which is destruction, right? And you also have to start from the basics of, these are guys who came out of war. These are guys who went to war to fight for this country, and so on and so forth. So when they got into government, they did not leave the soldier mentality. The government just became another extension of the military, Secret Service, everything that's there. So the government that we have today is not a government, it's a military government. That's what we have in Zimbabwe. So we can talk about opposition and whatever. There's no opposition that has actually run this country from the beginning of this regime that's there now. So you have nothing to compare anything to. At the same point, they cannot be removed, or they have not been removed, because of the superhero complex. This country, let's say from when they got into politics, right? Electricity was never looked at. So that's why we don't have electricity in the country now, because all the money that was saved for future prospect of building ZESA and building infrastructure and everything, plundered, right? So now that's why we run this risk of not having electricity, or enough electricity, because all that money that was there to fix for the future is depleted. If you look at things like water, why is it until 2023 water has not been fixed, right? We have Morton Jeffrey, the only one that's there, not have been upgraded, still the same. And until today, you want people to pay for services that you're not giving them. So then they complain that the people are the problem, yet the people who control the systems are not the ones actually fixing the systems. So to some degree, you can't blame opposition, because they've never run anything, they've never touched anything, they've never upgraded anything, because they've never had the chance to actually do anything concrete. Because the minute you're in opposition and you try to do something, you're going to be strangled. You're going to have sabotage. You're going to be sabotaged. Look at it from the MDC era, when Tsvangirai was there. Sabotage, jail, sabotage, jail, sabotage. Because you have a system that perpetuates a certain narrative that whoever goes against us will be choked, will be strangled, will be removed. Because they feel like they own this country more than anybody else. So now, yes, we're voting and everything, and people should vote. They have to. But the reason why sometimes things don't change is because of that superhero complex, where the same people who claim to run the country and are for the country are the same people keeping the country down. They're keeping it at a level where they can control narratives, they can control anything and anything they want to control. Because there's no reason why Zimbabwe in 2023, we're not technologically advanced. Our roads are terrible. Our electricity is terrible. Our water is terrible. Even just basic necessities. There's no reason why until now those things are down. Because how is it that you're blaming an opposition party for things that they themselves have not fixed for all these years? They were the ones running from the beginning. Never put in money for those things. Let them get dilapidated. And still, they still are the same people taking money from all these municipalities and using it for their own agendas. And then they blame the municipalities for not doing their job, but then the municipalities go and say, we don't have money. And that's where the narrative of your opposition comes in.
When you say that, I feel as if you have answered me the first question, whereby I asked what do they see. Now I see you are trying to tell me that they see an opportunity to privatize public wealth. Oh, okay, no, it makes sense.
So
Can I
public
ask
wealth,
one?
they're not trying to. Public wealth was privatized way back in the day.
Yeah, exactly.
It was privatized.
Can I ask one last question, then leave? Yeah. Thank you guys for all your inputs. You really make sense, and I really appreciate that. One last question so that I leave. I heard my brother here on left on down there. He said something very important, that yes, we Zimbabweans are educated, but the problem is, what are you teaching in your curriculum? There's a company here in South Africa which is called Alstom. It's called Alstom. That company, it's manufacturing what? It's manufacturing train from the ground up. As we are speaking right now, I'm telling you something that you already know. This one, it's a fact. You have heard it anywhere, you know it. That company called Armstrong is manufacturing trains from the ground up in South Africa. It was founded in 1928. There's a child right now in Zimbabwe, as we are speaking right now, is busy calculating velocity, a speed of a train. The same speed of a train that is calculating velocity on, there's a child, as we are speaking right now, is busy making that train here in South Africa. So that's a Zimbabwean education system. Is it teaching you to be consumers, or is it teaching you to be producers?
Okay, so let me answer that in two parts, right? There's somebody who in the comments said CCC is not doing anything. How can they be without blame? Everyone in Zimbabwe is to blame for the state of Zimbabwe, every single person. But the problem then doesn't lie with the ordinary citizen. It lies with the leaders who are not leading the people to build their own country to the level where it's supposed to be. Because yes, we're very educated, but the problem is, when you're highly educated, you look at your options, you look at where there's possibilities of you to grow. Zimbabwe has not gone to that point where I can stay here and grow and do things that are crazy, because I still run into the politics. I still run into every single thing that politics has to mess up in this country, right? So people look at, that's why a lot of Zimbabweans leave the country. They go to the UK, they'll go there, they go there, because the opportunities there look better than the opportunities in the country, right? Because our leaders have their own narrative, the people have their own narrative. So if I'm highly educated and I can see that the country that I'm in is not serving me or my interests, I'm going to leave, because I'm seeing other countries develop and move on and move forward, and they're in the future. Look at Dubai, they're in the future. Zimbabwe is still 20 years behind. So how is it that I can't catch up with other countries that have developed, and I stay here and I say, okay, I'm going to stay till I'm old and gray? While other people, some of my friends have gone, they've got houses, they've got apartments, they've got whatever, and they're living life like it's nothing. And in Zimbabwe, we're still crying about not having water, not having electricity, not having just basic things like roads, potholes, and half the time, our leaders are the ones buying very expensive cars in shitty roads. With my car, I have to look at the potholes and be like, this is a risk. Why not go to a country without potholes? And to answer your question about industrialization, the problem with Zimbabwe is that there's certain parts that are not of Zimbabwe's making, where there's sabotage from Western and political and other spheres, which don't want Zimbabwe to industrialize. But at the same time, we are to blame for not pushing the agenda of industrializing internally. Right? We keep ourselves on this mindset of, yes, we're very educated, but why is it that with our education, we're not actually building our own systems? We're not building our own things. We're not making our own trains. We're not doing what we need to do as a people to grow. Because this country, back in colonial time, still had sanctions, but they managed to do what they needed to do. But us as Black people, there's this narrative that Black people can't do well, without other people, and we're seemingly becoming that low key. Yes, we can talk about growth and building and whatever, but we're not building things that are grand. We're just doing roads. We're doing small little projects here and there. Parliament was built. The new parliament in Zimbabwe was built, but no black person was there to build it. We had to wait for Chinese people to come and build it for us. So it goes to show that we are not thinking outside the box. We're still in this narrative of we are third world and will always be third world, and that's our limit.
One last thing before I leave, one last statement. Guys, I saw someone in the comments say, what are we doing in order to change that? Guys, let me tell you something, especially those who are in the comment section, guys. If like you had an opportunity, I think we must take this conversation to the streets one of the good days, but I don't want to address that. I want to address this. The fact that we are talking about this, that means we are doing something, because there will be a generation that will plant a tree. There will be a generation that will water the tree. There will be a generation that will prune the tree. And there will be a generation that will enjoy the shade of that tree. So the fact that we are here talking about it, that means we are doing something about it. Thank you.
Someone mentioned, what advice can you give South African who are pushing the agenda of retribution of land? To answer you, I can't answer that.
Can you please tell the host to add that guy? That guy is a lecturer at one of the most biggest universities in South Africa, in Wits. So it's a lecturer in, was it African what philosophy? So it's a lecturer. If you can add him here, he also has some nice ideas. And I will leave, guys. Thank you for hosting me.
No worries. So
thank you for the invitation of land situation. Can you please tell the host which guy that I'm talking about? That guy
he's already added.
Oh, he is okay. Thank you, guys.
So we can't answer the agenda of retribution of land in South Africa because it's a very long conversation, which will take up the whole day just to unbundle what South Africa has done or needs to do, because South Africa is very complex. It's not just black and white. That's the problem with South Africa. But if you base it on the Zimbabwean agenda, you can always see what our former leader did as to get back land was not anything wrong. Sometimes it's just the way it was done, which went left. But
yeah, true.
It went left when certain people came in to destroy that good picture that was painted of, we need to take our land back, we need to do this, because as Zimbabweans, we actually didn't own anything, so we need to own our own land. But then there's people who came in, started throwing stones, started changing narratives, painting wrong pictures and everything. Right? So it's a very complex issue to talk about when it comes to South Africa, because there's so many narratives around it. And yeah.
No. I did get your point, and thank you for that.
So yeah, retribution is a very interesting topic, but very long. And then there's another guy who said, what did he say? The sanctions will be on SA. SA will be sanctioned to oblivion if they take land by force. Again, a very complex issue, but we know about sanctions. It's two parts, so you have to unbundle the whole situation first before you talk about actual sanctions.
Guys, sorry to disturb you. What I wanted to say, I think we're gonna need 3 volunteers from this group, people from Zim. We have this other group in our the host is Nelson. He usually hosts every Friday in the evening. So I would like to invite you guys one day so that you can come and tell us about what is actually happening there regarding the issue of land, the distribution of land. I think you guys have a better perspective than us, because here in South Africa, I think we are going there.
South Africa is going there. Unfortunately, that's where it's going, because if you look at your political landscape, that's where it's actually going.
And then the worst part, that's why I think people need to be warned. The worst part is that we can never compare people from Zim and South Africa. You people are educated. That one I could give you. You know, I won't even try to say that. You know, I've met so many people from Zim that I was studying with in UNISA. You people take education very serious, which is something very rare in South Africa. So imagine if we were to take the land back and we don't even have a plan for that
Can I?
land. You know, that's disaster.
Just gonna just add on that. Like for me, if it's like South Africa, right? You have seen how the land reformed occurred in Zim, right? So the good things that have happened on that land reform. Obviously, there is some things that didn't go well. So as a country, before you start embarking on that journey, I think have a look of what happened in Zim, the good and the bad, and then from there you can make recommendations of your country, what is going to work for your country. Because even what is an advantage for Zim can be a disadvantage for South Africa, mainly because the people that are going to work, are they farmers? Do they like the idea of just owning a land? What are they going to do with the land? So like each and every country, even if you offer them land, what are they going to do as a country? Because the way I'm thinking, like, oh, I'm gonna like maybe build, I want to start being a manufacturer. If it's like given to a Chinese, a German will come and say, you know what, I'm gonna do a brewery. Like, because each and every country, they have certain things that they dominate within the world stage. So as as a South African who is implementing this land reform, they really have to sit down and think like the end goal, why they are doing it. How is this going to benefit the country as a whole? Not obviously individuals, but whatever is given to the individuals, it will affect the country. As you can see, after the land reformed in Zimbabwe, it affected Zimbabwe as a whole.
To add on to that,
the approach is the same one as the one that I think the Zimbabwean used at that time, you know. So the issue, we were trying to, to say, let's just take the free land for now, you know, try to develop it. If we fail, we can try again on the very same land, not take from the developed land as like city, towns, you know. Then if we fail, it means everything is collapsing,
so
even our economy, you know.
to
So
add something
I was
short to
saying,
that,
sorry.
to add to what you're saying, so it's a complex issue where you can't just target a certain place and say we're taking that, right? Like what Sharo was saying, you have to actually sit down, make a plan on, because South Africa is very dynamic in its landscape, right? What's where, this is there, and then you start from there, because you can't. Zimbabwe ran a situation where people just grabbed land, didn't do the study of what was in that space, what was being grown here, what was being done there, and then there was an ecosystem that was there that was destroyed before they even took the land. Because when the white people left and they left the land, their ecosystem was destroyed before the black people could actually understand what was being done within that agricultural sector, right? Because you can't take maize to an area that was rich in tobacco. You can't then start taking tobacco to an area that was rich in something else, and then you guys start fighting over, no, we have the best. So you have to always target areas and say, this was there, that was there, this is there, and then you guys start coming in with your own ecosystem and then building it that way. So just grabbing land and saying we're taking land and then we're going to do this doesn't make sense, because you can take Joburg, for example. What are you going to
Can
do
I
with
ask you
Joburg once you
something?
take it?
I agree with you guys. Can I ask you something? What are the things that you teach in schools? Because I think this topic has to come from there. The curriculum that you teach from school, it's going to, is it a curriculum helps us in future, or it won't help us? In Africa, I think we invested mostly in the things that I'm including South Africans here and Zimbabweans. We have this American dream that we grew up with now. that okay, I'm gonna study here, then I'm going to leave Africa and work and in overseas. So you see now, that means our country will be always at that world. It won't be as America, because every time when you have some things, we move, we leave, and we relocate to America or somewhere else.
But another speaker, I'm not sure who was speaking, but to answer the speaker who was speaking recently, the problem is we do have people who qualify for certain jobs. The problem is that it's either they need a 5-year experience from a fresh graduate, or they want to say you're too qualified, and then it means they can't afford you. So you can go elsewhere and get a better opportunity with a good pay, you know. So we can't really blame those people. They have their own, what is it, reasons why they are doing that.
Agriculture, because now when we talk about land and agriculture, in terms of that,
Hi, Israel. I wanted to answer something you wrote in the comment section. Be trusted in small things before being entrusted with national issues. Think of a guy raising his kid, and he's not teaching his kid how to run household affairs and how to not do the day-to-day things to get a certain or their household to a certain level, right? That's exactly what we have in Zimbabwe, where that leadership does not trickle down even to any person or opposition, right? We have situations where opposition is stifled. Anybody who goes against it will be stifled whether they like it or not. And we know this 100 times over. Any person who says anything against will be looked at as a traitor, as this, as that, as a person who actually is not for the current regime. We all know that. So if you're talking about running national affairs, you can't blame a people or a party or a system that has never been in that position of power, where they actually don't have any sort of control in any sort of situation, right? It's like you driving your car. Sometimes you don't have control over what your engine is doing. All you can do is take it to someone else, they look at it and they tell you what the problem is, right? So if we're always blaming opposition for the things going wrong, it's like blaming your kid for your house not having money, and then always saying my kids are the people who are destroying this household, when you have to look at the parents and say you are the one making wrong decisions here. Zimbabwe, there's been wrong decisions made by the leaders, not opposition, by the leaders who have run this country for the past so how many years.
Yeah, but
and everyone who has come behind that, has now been conditioned to run within the same agenda of this is how Zimbabwe is run, this is how it's going to be run, and it will never change. Forget everything that you're talking about, it will never change. So then we run the risk of following the same bad traits, the same bad patterns, and the same old narrative that doesn't change. That's why the generation of now that is in Zimbabwe wants to leave so bad, because they don't see a future. That's why the kids in this country are now stuck on drugs and everything else, because they don't see themselves going anywhere, right? And our leaders living comfortably. They're living well.
Yes,
but then if you look at our leaders, and then you look at the person coming up from there, it's either you have to be a runner, you have to be this, you have to be that, you have to know this one, you have to know that one. And that's a system that's already flawed in its design, because for me to get ahead, I need to now be in a system where I have to know someone. Not because of merit. No, it's not because of merit anymore. It's because I have to know someone who knows something. right? So now we're raising a generation like that, where now everyone thinks, I have to know Israel, I have to know Sharo. If I don't know Sharo, then I'm screwed. Better I leave the country and go somewhere else.
Yeah, that is so true.
Look here, can I just answer? Sorry.
Guys, I'm gonna drop off because my phone is like 5%, but I'll come back with my other account. If there's someone that wants to come up, they'll come up. Great input. I like the lives like this, that we are empowering and educating each other, inspiring each other, because we are hoping for a new Zimbabwe, but yet we are the change as Zimbabwean individuals. So, guys, I really, really enjoy this platform. If I don't come back on the thing, I'll be listening from the bottom. So, thank you, guys. And please invite me for such lives like this. I really, really appreciate such. I thank you, Leroy. Bye, guys.
Yeah,
right. Can I just come in because maybe let me just understand what is your understanding of leadership? Because it appears from your understanding and your analysis, leadership is about those that are in positions. But I think in the context of politics in Zimbabwe, there are various layers of leadership that we should hold accountable, especially in the manner in which at least some countries is being run. So the first is we don't focus on leaders by position. Leaders by position are those that will follow the president and what have you. But even also the president of the opposition political party is a leader. A mayor of Harare, Metropolitan and Bulawayo, Masvingo, Mutare, Gweru, Kwekwe, Redcliffe, Somen, those are leaders. And those are leaders we should actually be held accountable for the decisions they are making. So it's not about now talking about the ruling party in the context where at least we are having so many other layers of leadership that should be able to, that should actually be held accountable in the manner in which at least they are running the country.
Mr. Israel.
Yeah.
I think the other issue.
Yes.
I'm a South African, but the small information that I have about Zimbabwean, I think the other issue is because you guys are not united. I'm not saying if your Shona love the Debeles or if your Debeles love the Shona, at least tolerate each other. I think that's another issue that we have in South Africa, that instead of fighting our enemy, we are fighting one another who can never win if we are doing that,
No, that's fine. I hear you, my brother. But then I think that should be a debate for another day.
Yeah. So Israel,
just what I wanted to yes. Let me just finish. I was interrupted.
Sorry.
Okay. You can go ahead. Hello, you can go ahead.
So what I was saying is there's a general undertone which we Zimbabweans have, which you just actually put out just now. The general undertone is that let's blame the people in opposition because they're the ones who have the councils and whatever. So why aren't they doing a better job at taking care of these councils, right? We should hold them accountable. But we forget that without the government itself, there will not be councils. So why is it everyone wants to hold councillors of opposition, mayor of opposition accountable, but we can't hold the ministers in power accountable for their actual places of power where they are, and they are overlooking certain places and they're saying, we are seeing this. It's like if we look at finance in this country, right? Why is our financial policy so terrible? But yet we don't hold that person accountable, but we are trying to hold a councillor of an opposition accountable for rubbish. But we're not actually holding a minister of finance accountable for policies that are not going right.
My brother. Let's be very
this is what you said, right? This is what you said, right? There has to be accountability in every level, right? Yes. Every level has to have accountability.
You're saying the minister, yes, right. You're saying the minister, let's hold the minister accountable.
He
the
has to be held
problem
accountable.
is that you want to rush to the minister You want to rush to make the minister accountable. But you would find it very difficult to make a mayor accountable. Why? Because that mayor and the council, they are the recipients of devolution funds. They receive funds from government, and they are called local government, where there's also central government. So you can't then say, let's not deal with local government, let's deal with central government.
That's not what I'm
Because I
saying.
think that's where the minister is.
That's not what I'm
Let me
saying.
just finish.
Okay.
So you can't then rush to make the minister accountable without necessarily making the other pillars of government structure being accountable. I'm not specifically targeting the opposition mayors. I'm simply looking at a situation where at least every other person who is in a position of leadership should be held accountable, irrespective of the political party that is coming from. Because that would actually then make us create leaders that have actually the duty to account to people, not necessarily leaders who are simply being protected by virtue of them being considered as political victims when they are actually occupying public offices. That is very dangerous. And that is a very serious indictment. Can I finish? Can I finish? Because this is a very serious indictment to our country and the leadership at large. We don't need to do that. When he says, for example, people, they give an example and say, look, we have no currency in Zimbabwe. But look at the nature of debate that is coming from parliament. Who is advocating for the dollarization of the economy? Isn't it that the opposition? But at the same time, their members, they are saying we don't have a currency. But it is actually the current government is trying to come up with its currency. We have to deal with issues, the weaknesses around that, the structure of that policy. That is what the debate is all about. But who is advocating for the dollarization of the economy? To say, let's do away with our own currency. Let's adopt the US dollar. Let's adopt the rand. It is the opposition that is doing that. So at the end of the day, who is actually not providing good leadership in terms of parliament? Why are those MPs in parliament when they are not advocating for what the people are looking for and what we're expecting from them? This is a very big challenge. Who is doing that?
So to answer,
who is the who?
That you use, that blame should be shifted to the other person, not the people actually running you would know the structures. If you are in the ground, you will know what I'm doing. We are not having any secret at all.
And I don't really understand why the opposition wants they are interested on the structures of their enemy. If they feel like why are you interested on those structures? Why are you interested on what other people are thinking of? Because right now, let me tell you, my brother, right now the party CCC and other opposition parties that I cannot mention, they go to the rural areas. They ask our grandmother. My grandmother is in the rural areas. That's why I feel pained when I see people say ZANU-PF is fine. It's right like that. Because what they do, these CCC people, they go and say, our mothers, we're going to give you food. And the ZANU-PF people, they come and collect those food from those people who are supporting CCC. So how are these people, how are they going to vote while their food are taken on their hands? If these people, even if they're saying we can't see what CCC is doing to our people, we can't see what is happening and what CCC is helping on our people. These people are helping, but it's just our grandmothers are taken fools with these ZANU-PF people.
It's not that ZANU-PF is good in buying votes anyway. In a proper election, those stuff of donating food and giving people cows, it's not allowed. Even to the constitution, to the electoral act, it's not allowed. But we all know what ZANU-PF does. They call themselves the army, the police, the everything. They control everything. But
and someone is asking, why can CC do the same for its supporters? These are supporters that are given food. The supporters that are given food, they are terrorized by ZANU-PF. ZANU-PF, they go there, they destroy their houses, they kill their children so that they don't support the CCC. The food is taken from them. The food that was donated by CCC members. I'm not a CCC member, but this is what is happening in the rural areas.
ZANU-PF is a violent party. That's what I can tell you. No matter how we try to say, let us fix this, let us do that, ZANU-PF is a violent party. That's one thing that you should know. So even if we try to say, let us sort that way, they control the police, they control the army. They have got a dozen of youth that they can send to go and beat people.
Yeah, but you know, in elections, we have to understand that even the people from ZANU-PF themselves have openly said that ZANU-PF last won elections before 1998. After 1998, they've been losing, and according to their own people, they have been rigging elections. So this thing of giving people food, it doesn't even work. It's useless, basically, because even if they give people food, in the areas that they're giving people food, people still go and they vote for whoever they want. The belief that actually ZANU-PF wins the elections, even if they give food, that is another myth that they spread around. We saw even in the last election how figures were messed around with, and some data sheets for the election results were not made available. Why? Even now, we have seen the recent delimitation reports, which have been audited properly and have already been proven to be corrupt. They've already started rigging elections before the day for the election actually comes. So it's just a matter of gaslighting people back and forth. Before CCC was formed, they said, it's not going to work. This will be the end for him. This will be last thing that he will do, that party is going to flop. Monzora is going to be the new opposition. Where is Monzora now? He's just a crow in Harvest House there, with nothing in Harvest House. Do they ask about Monzora's structures in Harvest House? No, not at all. Seems like I'm here left alone. Where have the other people gone? So it's just a gaslighting back and forth. You must understand that in this country we have rent seekers, people who survive on getting paid for oiling the ZANU-PF machine. Anyone can do it. All you just need to do is to, get a few coins and then start spreading information about ZANU-PF, which is positive for ZANU-PF. So if you have a country where people have become so desperate to a point where they have to sell each other and kill their own country, spreading lies for the sake of a meal, that's a real big problem, and it's difficult to get out of that. I'm now discussing alone. Did the host refuse people, remove people and leave me alone? What's going on? Host. For me, I don't think that the Zimbabwean issue will be solved by people who are, participating in politics for the sake of feeding themselves. I believe that in Zimbabwe, what we need is people who have respect for not just themselves, but for the other Zimbabweans as well. There has been a deterioration to a point where people can no longer even just respect each other. Just to have a certain sense of decorum, just knowing that this is a human being I'm dealing with and I should treat him in a manner that I would expect myself to be treated. There are people whose sole existence is basically has been reduced to just finding ways of making life more difficult for other Zimbabweans. And I used the name the misery committee. Whatever happens in Zimbabwe, they will try to tighten the screws and make it even more difficult for anyone to survive. If the moment that you establish a business, maybe in Zimbabwe, the moment you start doing something, they will find you and they'll start, asking for this and that and that and this and bribes here and there, even to a point where they'll make sure that whatever that little money you're making, they want a share of it. And we have seen this in the mining industry. If you have any mining claim in Zimbabwe, you have a lot of issues coming for you. So if we're ever going to have a discussion about the future of Zimbabwe, it's not going to be about ZANU-PF or a CCC. I believe it's something that we as Zimbabweans must come to a point where we say, we are done with this. We have seen these things happening in other countries like Zambia, for example. Zambia for a long time had one party, one president running things. Unfortunately for him, he had become too relaxed, and one of these days he just woke up and he lost election. That was Kaunda. And from Kaunda came Chiluba, and after Chiluba, Mwanawasa. But what happened was that Zambians took control of their country. If you hear Zambians talking, they will tell you that there's something called rigging of an election by the people themselves. So if we have a situation where Zimbabweans will take back the election and say, okay, ZEC is planning to rig like this, then we'll make sure that their rigging does not come to fruition. That is the only way we can take back Zimbabwe. You've heard of people like Rupia Banda in Zambia who, even the state house around him didn't vote for him. So if we don't take back our country ourselves as individual Zimbabweans, if we are ruled by fear, if every day we are always thinking about, oh, who is listening? Oh, these people are going to come back and haunt me. Yeah, we know that a lot of people are being killed for participating in politics and even discussing here on platforms like this. I know that I'll be putting myself in danger because one day at the border there or at the airport, they were asking me, oh, we heard you talking in this discussion. What were you saying here? I might even disappear. And this is the type of Zimbabwe that we're living in right now. It's very, very unfortunate. I hear somebody. Yeah. If you look at the African countries that you want me to compare Zimbabwe to, I can compare it to other countries that are similar to Zimbabwe in age. But if you look at Zimbabwe right now, it is as old as the same age that Zambia was when Kaunda was. It's even older than the time of Kaunda in Zambia, because Kaunda was there, I think, for like 27 to 30 years, and he was kicked out. So if you go back to our history, Mugabe was our Kaunda, and we are already post Kaunda period. Probably we've already passed Chilua. So that comparison still work. The opposition has a stronghold both on the social media and on the ground. This is one of the myths that people spread, that the opposition does not have a stronghold on the ground. They have a stronghold on the ground and on social media. And the fact that you will see the ruling party has already been defeated on social media should speak volumes about the nature of politics in Zimbabwe. They control everything. They control ZPC, they control what, but still their footprint on social media has been completely obliterated. So, yeah, and we are saying ZANU-PF is mobilizing on the ground. People on the ground will only allow themselves to be mobilized for ZANU-PF because they are being used for food, for some inputs, a cup of maize, a cup of seed. And those people are being intimidated day in and day out. The poverty in rural areas alone can campaign for an opposition, so much that if you are to have a very free and fair election, the opposition in Zimbabwe doesn't even need to campaign. It doesn't. So social media is full of Zimbabweans in diaspora. Yeah, that's one of the myths actually that many people were actually also spreading. Yes, we know there are many Zimbabweans who are in diaspora, and we know that also there are a lot of Zimbabweans who are on social media in Zimbabwe itself. We have family groups where people are posting and sharing ideas with people who are in the villages there. So they know what the situation is. Yeah, the constitution, yes, we can have that. I lost Amelala. I lost his sleeping. He's saying I open my own live and people will join. I don't know how I can do that.
Or we can, yeah, you can go and start.
You start another live.
Yeah, start another live. I've been here
Okay,
for the
cool.
past 7 hours. So, I've been here for the past 7 hours, 13 minutes. So, guys, let me take a rest. So, you can start live, and everyone, they must just follow you. And yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
Okay, thank
Yeah, let me thank you, everyone that has joined my live. Those who've been here for some time, thank you so much. Let's do this again tomorrow. I bless your night, I bless your morning, I bless your evening. You have a good one, my people.